And we're going live on YouTube. We're live on YouTube as well. Good morning, everyone. We're just giving a few minutes for folks to come in before we jump in. Beth, do you have a question or are you just waving hi?
No, I'm fine. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
I lowered my hand. Thank you, Tammy.
We'll just treat it like a virtual high five. It's all good.
Sounds good.
Good morning, everyone. My name is David Lankus. I'm the Virginia and Charles Bowden Professor of Librarianship at the University of Texas at Austin, and I will be the moderator for this symposium. Well, overall chair of the symposium. We have several wonderful moderators who will be joining us throughout the day, as well as some wonderful speakers. This is the fourth of four symposia, the final one. And the previous ones included a discussion about post-neutrality, chaired by Dr. Vanessa Kitze at the University of South Carolina School of Information Science. The second was on equity, diversity, and inclusion, chaired by Dr. Clayton Copeland at the University of South Carolina School of Information Science. The third was on international issues and librarianship crossing borders, handled and chaired by the wonderful Dr. Tammy Blumenfield. And now we are talking about the post-COVID new normal agenda, shared by myself. And these have all been about exploring different topics, and we've been building throughout. So I'm glad to see some folks who have been with us the entire time. And so to talk a little bit about what we're going to do today, I thought I'd run through it. So the first thing I'd like to do is welcome you, and I'd like to thank our sponsors. These sponsors are folks that sort of got through our, I can't even say Rolodex because it's not even a fun analogy anymore, went through our contacts and introduced folks who provided a lot of support, connected to different communities. And while that list certainly isn't complete, it was a sort of group that really wanted to move ahead on this. I'd also like to, in particular, thank the Library of Congress for providing the infrastructure that we're looking at now, which is more than just a Zoom link. There is, they provided some wonderful captioning. They're providing support throughout this symposium, and it is much, much appreciated. I want to thank the Institute for Museum and Library Services, who've supported some of the work and the continuous work that happens after this event, which we'll talk about at the end. I also want to thank the University of South Carolina School of Information Science, who has been supporting, and the University of Texas through the Bowden folio, the Bowden's professorship. Just to give you a sense of what the day looks like. So it starts, ta-da, here, 9 up to 20 past the hour, talking a little bit about where this came from, why are we calling it new normal, and giving you some logistics on how the day will work. Then we're going to have 3 panels and an open plenary. So we're going to talk about access to education and literacy. We're going to have some breaks throughout the day, talk about public health and community development, have a brief breakout lunch where we'll also set up some breakout sessions. If you want to get together and talk with other audience members or speakers, we can hang out in there as we chomp down whatever we brought. We're going to come back and do another session on new visions and scenario planning, break. And then I really hope you'll be able to join us throughout the entire day, because starting really at 1:10 is when we can open up the floor to have a conversation about how do these different ideas, both presented today and presented at the other sessions, can really be pulled together into an agenda moving forward for the field. And then you'll hear from me one more time and we'll be done. So very exciting. So let me give you a little background and introduction. I won't be long, but I want to give you a sense of why we're calling it this, where it came from, and what we're building on top of. So it began for me using this phrase in a conversation with Sari Feldman and Haley Rich. Sari is the former director of the Cuyahoga County Public Library up in Ohio, brilliant and amazing public library. And Haley Rich is the assistant director and works on outreach and connections. And in the conversation, and this was in relatively early days of the pandemic, in the sort of April, May timeframe of 2020, we began talking about sort of how libraries would need to adjust and what we do, and how did things that we used to do move into pandemic. And of course, at the time, which was going to be over momentarily, not so much, but the idea of what we could do. And in that, we started using the phrase that has become very commonplace, the new normal. And even at that point, early in the pandemic, historic and unprecedented and new normal were becoming a bit of a term that was used over and over and over and over again. But what's interesting is, as we were talking, we really recognized that the phrase new normal was almost always in the sense of loss, that what we were going to lose because of the pandemic, losing social interaction space, losing the sort of proximity to one another. What were we going to lose moving ahead? How could we bring browsing back? Were we going to be able to bring back people into our buildings? How are we going to move things back and forth? Were we going to be stuck in 20-hour Zoom sessions the rest of our life? And we realized that that narrative of loss was not very helpful, particularly as libraries we're increasingly called to support our communities and be part of our communities. And so we really began thinking about not the new normal as in what are the things that we're going to lose, but what is this an opportunity to create? There were certainly things that we found during the pandemic that demonstrated what we had lost, but also demonstrated things that should never have been normal to begin with. There were communities, particularly communities of color around the world, around the United States, that were suffering from the pandemic at a greater rate than other communities. And it was based on historic under-resourcing of that population. We looked at the idea of broadband connectivity and the idea that broadband was still seen very much as a resource that could be bought and purchased, not as a utility that needed to be made available to all. These things that we began looking at and talking about was, how do we move to a new normal that is in some ways better and certainly more equitable than had happened before the pandemic? That led to a draft that I put together and sent out for comments, and we did get some comments and discussions early on talking about what that new normal looks like. And this is sort of what the draft looked like. First of all, everything we talked about was in the context of equity, diversity, and inclusion. Once again, bringing traditionally and unfortunately siloed populations, underserved communities, be that based on race, color, economic status, sexual orientation, gender, what have you. We wanted to see how we could make a more inclusive library service, whether that was an academic school, public, special libraries. And in that context, we wanted to talk about universal broadband and digital equity. This notion that everyone really needed to have connections. What we saw during the pandemic, and I don't need to tell you this, but we saw that when companies, organizations, schools, libraries sent people home, there was an assumption that they would have connections. There was an assumption that if you worked at a company, we could just send you home, and yet you lived in a rural location because you didn't want to be bothered with the idea of having to be connected 24 hours, and suddenly you weren't. Fortune 500 companies, as well as the poorest school districts, realized that they couldn't reach their populations. There are stories of school districts that would put together packets of information for their students and send them out via Uber so that they could connect to populations. And this changed the discussion because up to this point, particularly in the United States, when we talked about universal connectivity, the library was the place to do it. But now, instead of being able to do it in a library and on devices, we were doing it by cranking up the power on our Wi-Fi and letting people park in the parking lot. Probably not where we wanted to go. We realized that we really needed to connect and have that last mile taken care of. And we've seen libraries respond. I was just talking just on a panel with the Toronto Public Library in Canada, where they realized that even if you had broadband connectivity, even if they loaned out hotspots, many people don't have the devices to use it. So they began actually giving out laptops as well. We saw in the university context that when we sent our students home and said, oh, we'll learn online, that many of those students were working in really compromised broadband environments where they either didn't have it, or we got emails that said, I just attended my first lecture, blew my data cap, and now I can't participate anymore without spending hundreds and thousands of dollars on overage fees. We had to look at that. Workforce development and training. How do we begin to help people pivot? How do we help people move? We're looking at, once again, I apologize for my US perspective, but we're seeing a massive change in the workforce right now. The idea of people leaving jobs, the idea of people taking advantage of, to a degree, this stay home and resourcing by the government to retrain, get new education, and look for better jobs, which is great. How do libraries support that process? How do we support frontline workers? How do we support people moving to different positions? Expanding voter access and democratic participation. That's the other thing that we've seen worldwide with the pandemic is we've seen ideological shifts. There were already pretty big divides around the world get wider. We've seen the politicization of vaccinations, of masks. We've seen the idea of lockdowns and fights against lockdowns and whose fault and et cetera. We've seen narratives change, and we've seen dramatic changes in how voters are allowed to access the polls as opposed to how voters are supported in their right to vote. We look at ensuring the health and well-being of our communities. One of the things that we know is as we have begun to, through vaccinations, get back together, we're not necessarily okay. We're dealing with people that have gone through trauma. We are dealing with people who are still going through trauma. We are dealing with our workforce where we have gone through trauma of isolation, separation. We've seen a wonderful rejuvenation and discussions about social justice and about race, but that's hard work for a lot of people to do. We know cognitively, even the idea of being in this format changes and compresses people's understanding and the amount of attention they can spend. And finally, we've also seen a really healthy discussion about what is the essential critical response capacity in these issues. Are librarians frontline workers? Are they first restorers, as the previous president of ALA put it? What is it that we need to do in these situations? And how do we as a staff protect ourselves and deal with wellness, both from health issues and mental health issues moving forward? So this was the draft. But every idea I've ever had has only improved when shared. And so that is why it has led to this conversation about where we are going from here. Because I need your intelligence, I need your ideas, I need your experience, I need your drive moving forward. Part of the reason that started these is that I'm working on the next draft of a book I wrote called The Atlas of New Librarianship, and realizing that that atlas talks a lot about social action and social movement, but doesn't necessarily have an agenda that directs that into different areas. And so the hope is that we can begin to fill it. And if you look at the symposium structure, the conversations on things like post-neutrality that we had, which were amazing. One of the most amazing things I heard about the post-neutrality instruction was that's a really misleading term because it assumes there was a neutrality time. And when were we neutral, or when did we think we were neutral, and what does that mean? We've talked about equity, diversity, and inclusion, and how we look at that once again in an international context, and looking at the legitimacy that librarians feel in that context and having that connection. We've looked at librarianship that crosses boundaries, and when it crosses boundaries not only into states and countries, but through indigenous populations, through cultures, through different understandings and different motivations. And so now we're coming back to talk about how do we understand these things into actions. And so we're here to share some ideas. So let me talk a little bit about how we're going to share those ideas, and then we'll get to it. So we have 3 panels and 1 plenary. I went through that schedule a bit. The hope is that you can be part of all of these conversations. So thank you for joining us in Zoom environment, because we do want that kind of participation. The panel structures in general are going to be a welcome and introduction by the moderators, followed by brief presentations of findings and observations of the panelists. Then we're going to work on moderating a discussion related to these, and sorry, topic of, I got to update my slides, on the new normal. And then the idea is final thoughts and bringing the panelists in and bringing the audience in. So we really are looking for conversations. So as you're listening, once again, I already see there's a chat going on in discussion. That's a good place. We'll bring those in. But also raising hands and being available, and we want to have that interaction and that back and forth. So we've tried to provide ample time in the sessions for conversation, including your comments, your thoughts, your experience. The papers and presentations, I know it's sort of hard to copy off a Zoom session. I'll put that in the chat in a moment. But these are based on first abstracts that were submitted and selected, and many of those folks who wrote the abstracts also then followed up with videos and full papers and discussions. So we hope that you'll have a chance either during or after to follow up on that kind of content, because there's some amazing content in that area. Some ground rules. This is fun. So for panelists, moderators will be keeping the time and timing the discussions. There's a timekeeper, Tessie, who will be letting you know sort of halfway through, 15 minutes, 10, 5, 1, please wrap up. So you'll be getting, moderators will be getting some hints about timing, but really is their session to do with as they want. And for attendees, please use the chat during presentation. Please, as ideas pop up, as you hear people, well, if you hear me saying something stupid, which is not unusual, you can comment on. We're going to mute for part of that conversation, but once again, please raise your hand, and happy to have you unmute, happy to have you share your video, happy to have you really participate in that conversation. And once again, we'll be looking at those chats and sort of feeding them to the moderator as we go. And this is if the session starts to go over, the moderator will get a time warning, and this is our sort of new attempt, and we have not had to use it in our first 3, which is the chair has the ability of basically muting you all and stopping the session. So we need to keep on time so that everyone has their fair time to present. So be aware. Are there any questions at this point before we move into the first panel, whether it's on something that I said or whether it's on how the day is going to go and how we're going to move ahead? All right. So with that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to introduce our moderator and our first panel and get out of the way so I can start listening and learning. Our first session is going to be on access to education and literacy, and our moderator for that will be Dr. Beth Patan. She's now looking at me oddly because I've been working on that for a while, from Syracuse University, and Beth does some amazing work around the areas of epistemicide and the idea of how we can sometimes deliberately remove knowledge systems and the knowledge of organizations and movements and which ones we prioritize. She's done an amazing, her latest work, which is really fascinating, you should look up, is looking at Star Wars and epistemologies and learning. She is a wonderful contributor and a great academic, and I listen and learn a lot from her. So with that, I will turn it over and say, Dr. Potan, please take it.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Potan, that's right. You got it. You got it. So as Dave mentioned, we're going to start with 3 papers today for this panel. I'm going to quickly introduce each of the papers and the panelists. I'll give them each about 10 minutes to talk about their papers. And then I'm going to ask a couple of questions to get the conversation going. And we'll save time at the end for interactions with the audience. And Dave mentioned my epistemicide work, but he didn't mention that I was a school librarian during Hurricane Katrina, and that I spent a lot of time rebuilding libraries down there, and that a lot of my work is around community resilience. So I'm really excited to be here and to listen to the panels today. So our first paper is 8 Basic Literacies for Librarians, a New Normal Agenda for Librarianship Education. And that's by Dr. Lori Mon. Dr. Mon is an associate professor at the former director of Florida State University's School of Information. She teaches and conducts research on emerging technologies and their impacts on information services in libraries, nonprofits, education, and e-government. Her current research and teaching has included social media and maker spaces. Our second paper is Web-Based Newcomer Orientation, Supporting Immigrant Information Needs When the Library is Closed by Corey Allender. Corey lives in Baltimore, Maryland with his cat, Bert. I hope you get to see Bert. He currently works with the Andrew G. Truxell Library at the Anne Arundel Community College, and previously worked at Baltimore County Public Library. He is an MLIS student at the University of Maryland and is expecting to receive his degree in the fall of 22, and hopes to continue working in community college libraries after graduation. And our final paper is an exploratory study of school librarians' advocacy for equitable access during the pandemic by Diane Gill and Diana Colby. Diane Gill is an assistant professor of practice in the school librarianship at LSU, Go Tigers. She is currently a doctoral candidate in the College of Information at the University of North Texas, and her dissertation focuses on school library media centers, diversity and recruitment and staffing, while her wider research interests include school library information resources and library trends. And Diana Colby is currently a doctoral student at the University of North Texas, along with being a practicing middle school librarian. Her research focus is principals hiring practice of school librarians. She also serves as a district library facilitator for a school district in North Texas. Previously, she worked as a school librarian at the pre-K and elementary levels. And when she's not working, she enjoys spending time visiting her 8 children and 4 grandchildren. So I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Mon, and she will have 10 minutes to present her paper, 8 Basic Literacies for Librarians.
Great, thank you very much. Just need control of the screen for a second here, and I'd be ready to go. And looking forward to talking with everybody. So I'm Lori Mon, an LIS educator at Florida State University. And as an LIS educator, a key question for me from this pandemic is how LIS education could better equip our students for the needs of a COVID-affected world. And it's clear from looking at libraries that increasingly we're moving from a passive model of reference, waiting for someone to ask a question, to a more proactive model of pushing information out. I call it push reference, such as creating informational pieces like the tough topics to answer questions before they're asked, or offering workshops so that you don't have to ask, you can just join and listen. And also to learn. In our communities today, people are really struggling, not just with misinformation, but also deliberate disinformation campaigns that are using weaponized social media. The problems this is creating in society often are not being dealt with. Government is not necessarily addressing the problems. Academic researchers, journalists, even top bloggers and podcasters increasingly are locked away behind paywalls, and few can pay to afford access to their work. And so we've seen libraries stepping into this and providing not only free access to academic research and to journalists, but also pushing out workshops and pushing out events to people, films, community discussion, ways to help people learn for free about health, science, about government and technology, and many more things. So in rethinking what the new normal agenda for LIS education might be in a pandemic-affected world, I propose that there are 8 new literacies that we should be thinking very hard about providing. These are health, science, civics, cultural heritage, teaching, technology, financial, and emergency services literacies. Now, in health literacy, even before the pandemic, we were already seeing library staff training to use naloxone for opioid drug overdoses, for example. Libraries are regularly offering health workshops, from nutrition and cooking to wellness, exercise. And in the pandemic, libraries handed out thousands of free masks, also helped people navigate websites and access telemedicine appointments, and then have really been on the front line in general, combating health misinformation and disinformation. In science literacy, libraries regularly offer science workshops for topics from space and earth science to dinosaurs. And during the 2017 solar eclipse, libraries worked closely with NASA, distributing eclipse viewing glasses, teaching the public how to safely view the eclipse. Some libraries are now offering the Library of Things with scientific equipment for home use, such as telescopes and microscopes and more, so we can see the evolution happening there. In civics, many libraries already help people get free access to government information, documents and services. And full disclosure, I'm a former GovDocs librarian from a federal depository library. But the civics aspect of this is really teaching how government functions. How can people get involved in the government, voting, running for office, and participating in public policy discussions? In cultural heritage literacy, unfortunately, we're seeing yet another round of attempts now happening at the erasure of Black people from teaching in American culture and history. And it's not only happening in K-12 settings, it's happening in attempts to remove books from libraries, and it's also happening at colleges and universities. In many states, there are anti-critical race theory laws passed, which were basically penalizing teaching any facts of history that might involve a Black or an Indigenous person, a person of color, as these facts might make a white person feel bad. And we're also seeing the banning of books about Black people in the schools and about LGBTQIA people. So cultural heritage literacy in LIS education acknowledges an important role that librarians and library staff as memory workers can play together with their local communities to identify, to preserve, and to share cultural heritage information for future generations to empower people to preserve their heritage. Now, in terms of teaching, excellent teaching skills are essential to combating misinformation and disinformation. LIS education does not, however, consistently offer this training for librarians in how to teach. And it creates a barrier as not every librarian is equally able to pay costs of getting extra training to improve teaching skills, such as extra workshops or attending conferences. And the financial barriers here are especially challenging for librarians and library staff who've already been disadvantaged by lack of generational wealth due to racism and discrimination. But with teaching now so essential, I really believe this is a critical literacy area that we need to be providing for all librarians. Librarians have long been holding on to a key role in teaching technologies to all ages. I mean, especially older adults who have really relied on local libraries for help with things like keeping in touch with their families through technology. In the pandemic, technology became a critical safety net. People sat in cars, as we were hearing earlier, in parking lots using library Wi-Fi for jobs, information, and children's schoolwork. Technologies were essential through the pandemic in accessing telehealth, vaccine appointments, online shopping, and online classes. And this area of telehealth and libraries may be a continuing area where libraries can play a very important role. In all of these areas, it's notable. They have often been landing on the libraries as brand new unfunded mandates. And each year, as libraries are asked to take on more work, we often see that library budgets do not keep pace. In fact, they may be cut, even zeroed out at the state and national level budgets, causing advocates to have to refight fights over and over again to fund the libraries. So making library advocacy an important part of financial literacy for our students, along with grant writing and negotiating contracts with vendors, would be important ways that we can provide financial skills in LIS education that would help support libraries and librarians in maintaining, not just maintaining, but even ideally increasing the funds for libraries. In the emergency services area, libraries have served as staging zones for first responders, as cooling centers for the public in extreme heat. We've seen a lot of extreme weather events, especially recently affecting libraries. So COVID-19 was not the only challenge testing the preparedness of libraries. And for some, there was the concurrent struggle with disasters. The California wildfires hit libraries. There was a derecho in Iowa, which damaged libraries. In New Jersey and New York, Hurricane Ida hit Louisiana and then came through to damage libraries in New York and New Jersey. So a pandemic affected world also means a world where we need to be thinking about emergency services literacy that would empower librarians to better safeguard libraries and to better help their community when a disaster strikes. So ultimately, as one of the last free places in society where anyone can get help, information, and technology access, this is ideally positioning libraries, uniquely situating libraries to address difficult information challenges in a pandemic affected world. And this is why I end up asking, if not us, who? And I will add one more thing here, that I fully recognize the struggle with vocational awe, as it has been put. It is a well-justified pushback around vocational awe in libraries as we go around putting every problem in society onto the shoulders of librarians and library staff to deal with, and very often without the compensation that they really deserve to be able to handle these additional responsibilities on top of what was already a full and busy job. But I still find myself questioning that if we're seeing the libraries already take on these fundamental problems in our society, then what should I as a LIS educator do to make sure that I am preparing my students the best I can to go out and face these challenges? So thank you very much, and I look forward to our discussion.
Thank you so much, Dr. Amon. I'm so excited to talk about this with you. And I think, I like to think about vocational awe quite a bit, but it's also important for us to recognize that our community is coming to us in these times, whether we're prepared for it or not. And so if this is part of what they need in terms of information service, we certainly need to be thinking about it in terms of LIS education. I'm excited to talk to you after we hear from our other panelists. Corey, you're up next. We're looking forward to your paper.
Awesome. Thank you very much. Thanks for everyone for coming. I'm honored to be here. I'm going to try to start sharing my screen here. I got a couple slides for everybody. And go. I hope this is working. I believe it is. My computer tells me it is.
It's working.
Excellent. So my paper is called Supporting Immigrant Information Needs When the Library is Closed, a case for web-based newcomer orientations. I felt that one of the things that the pandemic really exposed was sort of a hole in the defense of libraries. We had trouble. There were a lot of recent immigrants and folks adjusting to life here in the United States, especially, who were left without access to a lot of informational resources. And also, a lot of these folks rely on their community and word of mouth information. And because of the nature of the pandemic, you weren't supposed to see people, be in close contact. It was hard for a lot of people to be effectively in touch. And so that was one thing that I thought about a lot is how can we create library services for immigrant populations, for newcomers to our communities that are, to the extent possible, uninterruptible. Of course, nobody wants another pandemic, but there are hints and predictions about climate change, that there will be events coming in the future that will also disrupt social programs. So this is a way for hopefully to start thinking about ways to get it out in front of these issues. And one of the first points that kind of guided me with this is that, as you can see, social inclusion is not simply non-exclusion. It's not enough for us to say, oh, well, all of the information that anyone would need to adjust to life here is out there. It's online. People can find it. That is non-exclusion, saying, oh, well, it's there if you can find it. We need to be welcoming and be active and say, here, we've built this program for you. Please come and enjoy it because we want you to be part of our community. I base a lot of the paper on a framework that was sort of established by Ken and Lloyd Keown, I hope I'm pronouncing that right, and Thompson in 2013. And they divided the information seeking needs of immigrant populations into two basic categories: compliance information and everyday information. And compliance information is exactly kind of what you can see there. It's laws, it's rules, real cut and dry kind of things. But what I'm focusing on in my paper, and I think that a lot of libraries should focus on in their services, is everyday information. And these are things that, like you can see, are nuanced or implicit and, quote, not easily perceived. And, sort of things that would be hard for someone to pick up on if they were new to our community. This is a great quote from their paper. It's things like what to wear to a job interview, that you would have different expectations of what to wear to different job interviews. Something that I actually didn't even know was that food at iHeight in the supermarket is more expensive. Hanging clothes on heaters is a hazard. Heating is expensive. Things of that nature that you can't just go to a simple website and find the information. So I conducted a sort of a literature review. I read a lot of papers, and I looked at both public library services and academic library services, because academic libraries have a lot of services for international students. And even though there is sort of a divide between public libraries and academic libraries, I felt that there was definitely lessons there that could be brought over and applied to both. Basically, you know, this is my beginning of the conversation of how do we design these services. Well, first they need to be web-based. The internet's always on. And I know that there is a lot of, you know, as was mentioned earlier, a lot of ICT access issues. But you know, one point that I make in the paper is that if there's a choice between having these services be accessible online during a shutdown or not be accessible at all, the choice is to have them be accessible online. And when they're online, they're always on. They can be consumed at someone's own pace. The child is down for a nap. They're up late at night. They can work in, you know, they can do a little reading. These lessons are also can be repeatable. I shouldn't say lessons, I should say resources can be consumed repeatably. There's definitely research saying that a lot of newcomers are hesitant to ask English speakers in the United States to repeat themselves because of fear of inconveniencing or making people upset. Also, the information that these websites should primarily focus on is the everyday kind of information. And this is going to vary from community to community. It's going to be the kind of things that for me that I don't really think about actively every day. These are things that I've just become accustomed to from living here my whole life. And a great way to expose these things to yourself is to ask yourself, what's the terrain of my community? Where are the grocery stores? Where are the parks? How do I get to the grocery store if I don't have a car? Does the grocery store sell, you know, I don't know, gasoline? Things of that nature, things that I don't even question, but that someone who's new here, you know, they might not know these things. It's also important to keep these resources simple. You know, one website when possible. We don't want to overwhelm people. There's a lot of research that shows that newcomers to the United States are overwhelmed by the information landscape. The information landscape here is so busy, so overwhelming, and just poof, poof, poof. So we don't want to overwhelm these people. One website with, and you know, like I say here, embedded videos when possible. We want people on one website because there's not going to be a million links. They're not going to get lost. They're not going to have to go somewhere and sign up for an account or be distracted by an ad. Nothing like that is going to happen. Now, we might not win any web design awards, but that's not the point. When possible, the embedded videos could be great resources. There's a lot of research showing that international communities use videos, you know, for leisure and for information purposes. So it's a good low stakes way to communicate info. And also, I know with a lot of YouTube videos, they're easily captionable and they can be played at slower speeds for increased comprehension. And finally, there needs to be a personal nature to these resources. I know this is kind of a pipe dream, but you know, if we could all have in our institutions a librarian dedicated to immigrant services, that would be great. But in the absence of that, if we have these web services, having someone be the digital face who's in the videos, hi, I'm Corey, welcome back. Today we're discussing the bus infrastructure here in Baltimore, things of that nature, so that these people see someone, you know, it feels personal. And then another part of that is employing the settled. There's in that same paper, there are 3 stages of adjustment to the information landscape of a new home. And the third stage is being settled. And when a newcomer is settled, they're able to act as a reference point for others in their community. They can look back on their experience and reflect on what happened to them, how they got through it. And these would be fantastic people to have working in the libraries to help these immigrant communities get adjusted to life in the United States. And lastly, real quick, I came across a lot of great mentions of the idea that this is not, we shouldn't go at this work from a deficiency standpoint. These populations aren't deficient of knowledge. It's just a matter of translating. As librarians, we need to be mediators and translators, and most of all, welcomers, to bring these people into our communities and say, hi, welcome. We're happy to have you, and we want you to enjoy life here. We want to bring resources to these people that bring everybody together. And that is the long and short of my paper.
That was fantastic, Corey. Thanks. I think it's so important for us as we're working with communities who have been marginalized or racialized or oppressed in some way that we aren't approaching them with that deficit mindset, because they are rich communities with rich information histories. And so us figuring out how to work with those communities is really important, I think, for all of our work across the board. And the other thing I'll say before I turn it over to the next group, I think, when you study disasters, it's inevitable, not if something's going to happen, but when something's going to happen. And when you're in a community like Louisiana, you're going to have a hurricane once, you're going to have a hurricane again, right? So it's not that we can keep things from happening, but we need to be prepared for when they happen. So I think you made a lot of really great points. So turning over to our third paper, I'm really excited to hear about school librarians and what's happening with them. So I'll turn it over to Diane and Diana.
All right, can everybody hear me okay? All right, good morning. So I'm Diane Gill, and this is Diana Colby.
And I'm going to be running the slideshow, and we are glad to be here. Both of us represent the University of North Texas. We're both doctoral students there, and this is an exploratory study of school librarians' advocacy for equitable access during the pandemic. And as you can see in the abstract, many school librarians encountered challenges provided learners equitable access to materials and digital services during the pandemic. The challenges of COVID-19 brought about a greater awareness of library users' needs and their processes of seeking information. The originality of this study is that the participants are sharing what they are doing, feeling, and thinking during school closures, and as library policies and procedures were adopted and new trends were embraced to meet the needs of students and staff in Title I campuses and districts. This is an exploratory case study. This is our proposal for an exploratory case study investigating how school librarians developed new initiatives and adaptive processes for equitable access to materials and digital services in a time of crisis.
All right, so the originality of the study is that the participants shared what they were doing, feeling, and thinking during the school closings as library policies and procedures were adopted and new trends were embraced to meet the needs of students and staff in Title I campuses and districts. The study investigates how school librarians acclimated to the new normal by creating these new initiatives and adapting the processes for equitable access. The observations of the school librarians, they occurred in North Central Texas, regions 10, 11, and 12. I don't know, Diana, can you refresh your screen? I believe I posted a couple of maps to illustrate our regionals. So the region included Dallas, along with Tarrant County school districts. The campus sizes range from pre-K up to 12th grade. The subjects were certified school librarians with 1 to 24 years of experience. And the qualitative ethnographic study of the 2 librarians were using Twitter, Facebook, and data collection, along with their personal experiences. And so if you'll move to slide 2.
And 1 second,
Okay, may need to refresh.
When I'm using double screens, my mouse gets stuck on the 1 and it did not want to come. Here, just 1 second. Let me just go like that and share it off the one that she had updated. And that way you'll be able to see. Let me see if I can just get it.
So while she's doing that, because I don't want us to run out of time, we're going to provide you with an illustration of pre-COVID, prior to the pandemic, what that looked like for the participants. They were modeled the TEST-like school librarian standards and the AASL national standards to set the bar for school library service. These participants were tasked with and committed to engaging disengaged students and vulnerable populations. Some of these opportunities included designing summer reads, maker spaces, integrated technologies. We saw coding with math classes. They were addressing equity and access with STEM books, boxes at checkout, STEAM backpacks, free books, creating safe spaces for individual and collaborative work. They partnered with special programs like STEAM and STEM and PBLs and expanded the school librarians' influence within the school walls, also collaborating across campuses with like tech clubs and dual credit, early college, A2E2 and Gear Up, and then the pandemic. And so this is slide 2, and this will give you a quick image of what that looked like pre-pandemic.
As soon as I get that mouse to go over, it's not wanting to, there it goes. There you go. So
all right, so during the pandemic, as many of you are aware of, a few primary concerns for the school librarians, it was finding out how to provide continuous, high quality and relevant and equitable access to library services and resources to meet the needs of students and their families once the pandemic struck. Some of the barriers to school librarian services, based on the observations, were numerous challenges shifting to remote servicing with minimal preparation or planning. Some of these concerns are provided here. In addition, the learners and educators were limited to access to certified school librarians, which impacted academic successes along with learning experiences. There were also noted observations of severely compromised public school when public school library closed due to the COVID pandemic. School librarians needed methods to continue to provide those services in a virtual platform, which introduces the new norm.
all right. So the new normal, as you can see, has been about providing insights and practical solutions, as we discussed earlier about what the new normal looks like. The resilience of your school librarians, best practices of meeting patrons' needs in a point of service, the professional resources that have been available to school librarians when they are working and available through virtual means, the campus district leadership, the value of their school librarians and their diverse and strategic skill sets, the importance of school librarians in adapting and meeting to most immediate needs of learners and teachers in a constant changing learning environment. The schools were able to use their learning management systems virtually. For those who are not familiar with learning management systems, those allowed the teachers to continue to have classrooms even virtually. The resilience of the school librarians were able to show that while we were in an area where we could not personally be there in the classroom or hand them the books, that we were able to provide resources to them through other means. I will talk about in a little bit. The best practices for meeting patrons at their point of service. We were able to provide devices for them. We were able to provide hotspots for them. We were able to provide resources for teachers and students, professional resources available to the school librarians. They were reaching out across districts, across states to try to curate resources that would help each other through this challenging time. The campus district leadership, the value of their school librarians, and they were diverse across the entire area and for the needs of these students and teachers and other librarians, and their ability to meet the most immediate needs of the learners and teachers by curating resources, changing the learning environment, going from an in-person point of service to a virtual point of service, and being the background for teachers, not only for resources, for information resources, but also even technical resources, providing those devices and providing those hotspots so those students could continue to learn and make those resources available to them. Now, here are just a few ways that have been observed and of ways that we've adjusted or that participants were able to see is that virtual Bitmoji libraries, if you are not aware of them, they took over during this time and continue to provide a great resource because it provided opportunity for students to feel at home. We provided special collections, collecting resources together for teachers, especially bibliotherapy, where you are collecting resources, books that work well to support students and teachers through such a challenging time for them. Supportive environments. with the Bitmoji libraries, they were able to place things in them that were familiar to the student. A lot of times the librarian replicated their own library and then would put familiar things there for the student. They renewed a commitment to supporting students to become critical thinkers and lifelong learners by providing resources, how-tos, lots of videos creating on how to even use your device that you just received, helping parents use the devices, translating into other languages, and then advocacy and consistency in creating and delivering of those services. So students' choice continues to be an option. Safe spaces within those Bitmoji libraries, they were able to create safe spaces for librarians or for students and parents. They were able to create websites and were a much forward facing on a virtual platform than ever before. And then increasing the multicultural and diverse materials and programming. They were able to collecting those resources together, sharing those out. They worked also with copyright issues, trying to curate materials that were coming at an increased rate of speed that vendors and authors and publishers were providing to these students and families, and navigating which were allowing those opportunities and which were not, was a great service provided by the librarians during this time. So you can see that the advocacy is really important. Campus collaboration is huge for these teachers, especially in many of the Title I schools, that teachers did not have the expertise to be able to run a classroom virtually. And so the school librarian often was a technical support for that. They often had to build partnerships, and they helped their campuses with the disaster management plans. And there was an increase of library funding to provide these resources. And then also the marketing and communication. School librarians had to be on the forefront of making sure that not only did their students and campuses have information that they need, but also the parents, how to navigate this new normal where their students spent the majority of their educational time on a device or in communication with the teacher virtually.
All right, and there's an appendix here that just gives an illustration of some of the virtual spaces that were replicated for our physical spaces. These spaces, again, were purposely designed to create spaces for information seeking, the promotion of thinking, creating, sharing, and growing. And they provided holiday rooms, reading and relaxation spaces, spaces for SEL rooms, PBLs, gifted and talented, and of course, reading material that catered to avid and reluctant readers, along with resources for parents, communities, and stakeholders. So in closing, the last slide, more conversations and studies are going to be needed to bring to light the school librarians' experiences transitioning to the new normal, especially as it relates to Title I schools that are having to acclimate for vulnerable populations with issues with funding. Some other areas that affect the new normal in providing school librarian services that what we observe is professional development and learning opportunities for school librarians, marketing for library services during a time of crisis, and reconsiderations of blended library services as it relates to virtual, face-to-face, and hybrid. And we also saw a need for surveying learners, the parents, guardians, and teachers to find out what they want and what they were interested in using. And then, of course, addressing the COVID-19 slide. Thank you so much.
Let me navigate back and I will stop the screen share.
Thanks y'all so much. It's so interesting for me as having been a school librarian during Katrina and done research in across the country and in other countries actually about how libraries and librarians have responded after various crises. And it's interesting to think how similar these responses are to what we did in Katrina, but the kind of added danger of what it meant for us to be in the same space. Which we didn't have to necessarily deal with then. So we have about 15 minutes left for questions. So I want to ask each of you a question and then we'll pull in the audience. And I have seen a couple of questions in the chat too, if you want to take a moment and look back through there. Dr. Mon, I want to start with you and talking about the literacies. I care a lot about how we educate librarians and the next generation of library folks that will be coming up and doing this work. And you also hinted to the wonderful work around vocational awe. And I think that that's true for many of us as LIS professors and what you didn't learn in library school, right? It's a pretty typical thing we see in different library social media groups. How do we incorporate these literacies into our current classes now? And I mean, I know, if I look across how our curriculums have changed, I think we're doing better around the cultural heritage literacy, but I see very few classes, full classes designed to help librarians understand disaster management and some of the other topics that you talked about. So do you have an idea about how we integrate this into our LIS programs?
I actually think one of our biggest problems is that there is so much that we need to cover, so many different things that are our core, first of all, not to mention all these additional things that we think of and that, as this society changes, we continue to have to add more things. We have a model of education that is often like a buffet or a smorgasbord, and people come up and take their helpings of the things that they would like to get. So people do not necessarily get a consistent set of the skills that might help them all across the board, even if they're going into different areas of our field, whether they're more technology focused or whether they're more focused towards services or towards other kinds of aspects such as behind the scenes work. I think there are still some things that would benefit everybody across the board. And I wonder if it might make more sense to have a class in which we at least give sort of a taste of all of these different things in one place. Granted, that's pushing educators like us to then teach all of that in one class, or to have the flexibility of models where we can co-teach, where we can bring in people. That's also a problem because universities don't tend to allow or reward this kind of co-teaching model. The ability, sorry about that, the ability to give the credit for these courses doesn't work very well the way that universities currently assign it. So in that sense, it's a kind of a call to us as well to think about, are there new ways to model the way we teach in universities to allow us to be more flexible and put together these kinds of classes that combine many different skills to give students at least a taste enough that we feel confident that they've gotten some of each of these things in one class, since we know they still have to take many more things to fill out their schedules.
Yeah, I think it's such a good point. I think, we often talk about classes, classes about ethnic heritage or understanding social justice as being electives and not being part of our core curriculums. So how do we start having classes where these things become essential? So we know we're not graduating folks without at least having thought about some of these skills. And one of the things I really try to help my students understand, right? Like, I'm giving you a foray into this space, right? We're dipping your toe in the water. It's up to you to build the rest of the resources you need, right? I'm just trying to show you this space. You have to find the rest of the way. And I'm so glad you brought up flexibility, because that's really what my question for Corey is about in part. In my dissertation work, I looked at community resilience and public libraries and how public libraries helped their communities be more resilient after crisis. And one of the things that came up most often was flexibility and creativity. And I think when you talked about, we should have these resources in person, but isn't it better to just have them somewhere? I think that's such a great point. So I kind of have a two-part question for you. So how do we encourage librarians to be creative and flexible in these kinds of services when we know often that it's very prescriptive or maybe controlled in some ways? And then the second part of my question, I love the quote you shared about social inclusion, not simply being non-exclusion. How do we teach librarians to foster those connections, to build that trust with people in their communities? How can we work towards that kind of welcoming, especially if we're at a distance online?
Gosh, those are both really, really great questions. And I'm still a student myself. So but
Corey, we're all students.
that's true. Yeah, I like that. I mean, I guess in terms of foster, like building those relationships like you were talking about, I think that well, I know, like, for me, part of the reason that I came into the field, because I'm a little older. I'm not like, I didn't just graduate college. I worked in the bar business for so long, and I got really fairly talented with customer service. And I think that it's important that we highlight that, like, this is a customer service job. Like, yeah, it's information, but like, it's all about these relationships and building relationships, because if you can't build a relationship with someone, they're not going to come to you when they need something. They're not going to trust you to provide that resource or whatever. The other part of your question is really great. Like, how do we encourage the creativity? Gosh, that's really good. I really don't know. I'll have to leave.
It's okay. It's okay that you don't know, because I think this is something we can continue to talk about, right? I think for so often, and even in thinking about Dr. Bond's answer, right? Like, so often education is prescriptive in terms of curriculum. And so often, like, what is expected of libraries gets to be kind of prescriptive as well. And so I think, like, just making space for creativity and being flexible, and that's, I'll take that to the last group in terms of creativity, so that we can open it up for questions from the audience. Mike Eisenberg would be so excited if he was here today, because one of the things he showed me the first time I went to the University of Washington to get my PhD, he like made me walk into his office and he showed me his Second Life library. And he was like, at some point, we aren't going to come to work anymore. We're not going to have meetings in person. We're going to do everything in Second Life. And while that has not come true, also kind of now it's coming true. And so I was really glad to see y'all's incorporation about bit libraries. And again, that's that creativity of how do we make our space, and actually, right, we've talked about outreach in libraries forever, but this was a new kind of outreach for us. And I hope, if we think about accessibility, we want to continue to provide this kind of direct outreach into the homes of our children. So can y'all talk to us a little bit more about how we create these dynamic spaces when we can't be in the same physical space?
Well, for the libraries, from our observation, it pretty much was driven by the needs of the teachers, along with the special programming. They do what they needed to support their learners and their student learning outcomes as it related to standards. And so after collaborating with teachers and with campus professionals, they determined what materials they thought needed. And this included counselors, which is someone mentioned in the chat, how do you keep a safe space in a virtual environment? And that looked like creating rooms virtually that had familiar faces. And so that's when you started seeing these, I call them augmented realities, but they're really like big emojis of the librarian or their teacher that look just like them, but it's a cartoon character. Those spaces, they make the students feel it, familiar. And then having those accesses to materials that they could read at their own paces, and they can still have that option to explore and learn. That's what drove those personalized spaces.
And I feel like when you didn't have the opportunity to do that customer service in person, librarians needed a way to reach those students that reflected their personal experience, their personalities. And this Bitmoji, these recordings of themselves gave their students that opportunity to feel back to that safe space, that they were in a safe place and that learning could continue, that the teachers felt supported through those types of activities.
Thank you. It makes me think about, what Corey was saying earlier, when we have things recorded and people are able to access them. And I wonder, Dr. Mott, if that's a solution too, for how we bring in some of these extra literacies into our core curriculums. I know in some of my classes, I record the assignment descriptions, because I know at that very beginning of a semester, it can be really overwhelming to hear everything that's due. And so if I just record myself talking about the assignment, students can listen as many times as they need to. And I find that I answer less questions during lecture time. So I think that that's helpful. And so, how do we take these augmented spaces? What can we learn from the school library folks? And how do we bring that into public libraries and academic libraries and continue to build these virtual environments? How do we see that manifesting in other library spaces? And this is just open for everybody. I think we're all just chatting now.
I do think that the pandemic has caused all of us to experiment with these different ways of trying to be more personal. I know that in teaching my online classes, I have the advantage of live online, and I very often just flip my camera on and speak into the camera so that the students see that there's a person there. And I also had jumped into the whole Bitmoji world and built a Bitmoji class. I was teaching social media. So I guess I should share that and show you what mine looks like. There's my little Bitmoji classroom here with my dogs and everything. So it was, I think everybody was really trying to figure out ways to connect, to give people a smile, to give people a feeling of personalization in a tough time. And I thought that was a really interesting way that people tried to do that.
I'm jealous that I don't have my own Bitmoji classroom. I'm going to spend the rest of my day building one for my class, I think. I think part of, one of the questions was really, how do we build these relationships? And I do think, sharing part of yourself, right, is one of those ways, or like making those kinds of connections in other spaces is the way we gain trust with, regardless of who our community is or what kind of libraries we're in. Building those relationships is critical for us to provide those kinds of information services. And I think that is something that's changed during the pandemic, as many of us are presenting from our homes instead of from work, perhaps. And, I know for me, I was hoping Bert made an appearance, but I guess oh, good. Bert, yay. Bert did make an appearance. Perfect. I was hoping for that. And it's a different level of connectivity when we get to see your house and we see your art and we see your pets and we hear your dogs and stuff, right? It's a different kind of connection. And I know when I was teaching in schools, the kids kind of thought you lived in the school building. And so now we're really kind of getting different perspectives of what it means to be connected as a community. So how else do we build trust? I want to hold off. I have a little story maybe that I'll save for the end, but how else do we build trust with our library communities?
I have a quick point to just jump in with, and again, I'm, we're all students, but I'm still a student, and I've had a lot of success I work in a community college library, and I've had a lot of success with, I've never really known what to call it. I just call it being real. I was recently reading about relational cultural theory, and the idea like that if we can just be open with our users and try to strip away layers of quote unquote authority that don't need to be there. Like, you don't have to refer to me as my title, and I don't have to necessarily wear a tie, and I can say, hey, what's up? How are you doing, Matt? Things like that. And even though I'm just a guy in the library, I actually have like relationships with a lot of students at my college who just stop in to say hi. And I'm like, hey, what's up? Tell me about your day. And I think that, it's a very simple point, but but I think that it's important to maybe try to forget any sort of notion of authority when we talk to people.
Yeah, I think having that kind of humility and, like being, one of the crew or something like that is an important part. And one of the things I really try to teach my students is, right, we all have different personalities, and what does it mean to bring that into our space authentically? And Dave, I think, is making great points in the chat about being vulnerable and transparent, right? And that's one of the ways that we can kind of, we can't shed authority and power completely. And we know lots of folks having a library anxiety, but at least being upfront and honest and open and welcoming can help change some of those things. And so I'll tell y'all a real quick story to close us out. When I was doing research in Chile after their earthquake and tsunami in 2010, I went to a little village in Empedrado, and there was a librarian there named Maria, and she had a little library room with about 8 computers and Wi-Fi and books and stuff, and it was located near the city center. And many of the people in her village were of older age, as she would kindly call them. And she wanted to bring them into the library to see the computers and learn about the internet. And they were like, no, we're too old to learn stuff. We don't want to come in. We're not trying to learn anything new. And she said, you don't have to learn it. I just want you to see it. And she slowly went to everybody's house. It's a smaller village, but she went to every house and brought people to the library, not to learn, but just to see. And what happened after the earthquake, because she had invested building those relationships with her community, is that they all came to her for information, because not that they knew how to use the library per se, or their computers or the internet, but they understood that it was there and that she was a trusted resource and that they could go to her in that time of need. And I think that that's something that we've heard in everybody's presentations today, is how do we can build communities so that when something happens, we can step in and be that trusted information source for them when they need us most. So I don't want us to get yanked by Dr. Lankus. So since it's 10:14, I think I'll turn the cameras and mics over to him. Thank you everybody for being here. Thank you all for your wonderful paper presentations and this great conversation. I appreciate it.
Thank you all very much. And thank you, Beth. The problem, of course, is when you have interesting folks having interesting conversations, you want to keep having them for days and days and days. And I at one point I got up and had to go over my whiteboard and write newcomer welcoming as core function of librarians. To me, that was really interesting. The idea that one of our core functions is to bring people into our communities, whether that's people coming out of prison, whether that's refugees, or whether it's freshmen coming to an academic library, or 8th graders coming up from the middle school, that's a function. So Corey, I really appreciate that. And I appreciate Lori and all the others. I got lots of notes. But I will go into my question. So we have a break now. And so we're going to come back again. If Christina can put up the slides. We're going to come back at 10:30, where Dr. Megan Threats from Rutgers University will be moderating a panel on public health and community development. So we'll see you all again in about 15 minutes. Thanks very much.
papers.
Welcome back, everyone. A fine start to the day and only aims to continue. I'm going to just briefly introduce our next moderator and let her take it on. Dr. Megan Fretz is an assistant professor of library and information science. She works particularly in health and marginalized communities. Fretz is a visiting research faculty at the Yale School of Public Health and the Center for Interdisciplinary Research on AIDS, and a faculty affiliate at the Center for Critical Race and Digital Studies of New York University. And she received her PhD from University of North Carolina, Chapel Hill, but more importantly, she received a fine Master's of Library Science education at Syracuse University, where I know she's interacted with some absolutely outstanding faculty at that point. Anyway, with that, Megan, thank you so much for joining us today, and I will turn it over to you.
Thank you so much, David. So good to see you and so happy to see all your wonderful faces today. I'm very excited about this panel on public health and community development, and I'm just going to hop right into this. I'm very excited about this panel of amazing scholars. And so I just wanted to briefly introduce our panelists and then give them about 5 to 10 minutes to give a brief presentation about their abstracts that they submitted. So I want to start with Dr. Margaret Zimmerman, who is an assistant professor in the School of Information at Florida State University, who'll be followed by Dr. Noah Linstra, who is an assistant professor in the Library and Information Science Department in the School of Education at the University of North Carolina, Greensboro. Then we'll have Diane Connery, who is director at the Pottsboro area Public Library, and I think a recent Library Journal Movers and Shakers, so that's super exciting. Congratulations on that. And then we'll have Dr. Marcia Martis, who is professor and associate dean for research in the School of Information at Florida State University. So I'm going to hand it over to you all. We can start with you, Dr. Zimmerman. Good to see you.
Hi, I'm just sharing my screen really quickly here. 1 second, please. Huh. So wouldn't you have it that this is, I was given a brand new desktop just a week ago, and for whatever reason, it's not letting me share my screen, and I apologize for that. So you're going to miss my slides.
Okay.
And in the interest of time, I'll just go ahead and do my presentation and speak.
Okay.
I will say that my slides were fantastic, and I'm sorry for that, but you'll just have to believe me. Okay. So thank you. Sorry for the cold start here, but I'm going to go ahead and start my presentation. First, I want to say that as incredibly awful and difficult as the last 18 months have been, COVID-19 does present librarians with an opportunity. Never before has the public been so aware of the need for reliable health information and so vulnerable to the threat of misinformation. The best way that information professionals can help is to promote universal access to reliable health information and to empower people with the ability to discern what is accurate. So today I'm going to make a case for why access to quality health information is a human right guaranteed by the United Nations Human Rights Declaration. Then I will argue for the need for information professionals to promote health literacy as a practical measure that we can take to build resilience in our own communities. Okay, so first I want to say I understand that these two topics might seem unrelated, right? How can something as large as health information access as a global human right be related to the need to promote health literacy education in your community library? My argument is that they're not unrelated at all. Instead, I'd like you to consider that there is a direct relationship between a population of people able to perceive disinformation and people who are able to advocate for credible information to be guaranteed as one of their rights as citizens. An additional way to look at this is the relationship between building health literacy within our community and health information as a human right is very similar or even the same as civics education being foundational to building an educated electorate. So The United Nations Universal Declaration of Human Rights asserts that all human beings are born free and equal in dignity and in rights. If this is true, then why should the information that they are given in a time of crisis be at the whims of their government officials? I argue that it shouldn't, and that access to quality health information is implicit in the Declaration of Human Rights. Specifically, it is guaranteed by Article 19, this is where the slides would have been helpful, which guarantees the right to a standard of living to maintain health. By Article 27, which promises the right to share in the benefits of scientific advancement. Oh, I'm so sorry, which guarantees the right to a standard of living to maintain health, excuse me. And by Article 27, which promises the right to share in the benefits of scientific advancement. So simply put, it's been agreed upon by the United Nations that all people have the right to information that has not been deliberately altered or corrupted, that they have the right to live as healthy of a life as they are capable of having without their well-being being unduly undermined by their leaders, and that they have the right to benefit from advances in science, which includes advancement in the areas of infectious disease control, such as testing, vaccination, and simple life-saving measures, such as mask wearing and social distancing. So by agreeing that these are basic human rights, a counter argument can be made that it is a violation of human rights to knowingly promote health strategies that do not work or cause harm. Most nations do not place the responsibility of upholding human rights on individual citizens. This burden should be on our leaders, right? Unfortunately, in the last 18 months, it has become very clear that some of those in positions of privilege and power who do have the power to act in the best interest of their citizenry choose not to. Instead, we have many leaders deliberately making choices that are not in agreement with public health mandates. So what do we do about this? And more to the point of this particular symposium, how can a librarian make a difference, right? As an information professional, the day-to-day labor of our actual jobs is typically not political advocacy, though I would argue, and I think I'm in good company here, that librarianship is an intrinsically radical field. But there is a way that we can go about our everyday work and take decisive action. First, we must make it a priority to build individual and community health literacy within our patron base. The pandemic demonstrated that health literacy is both an individual and a community issue. Second, information professionals must combat misinformation in times of crisis. If there is a new normal, it will likely be characterized by repeated upheaval brought on by issues such as climate change, wars, and disaster, right? In such times, it's the role of the information professional to combat misinformation with vigilance, using the skill set that is foundational to our profession. Some world leaders are willing to compromise individuals' health for the benefit of inciting fear and creating polarization and maintaining power really over their citizenry. Teaching citizens health literacy skills to discern credible information is a way of providing the population resilience against health disinformation. This can be accomplished by dedicated health literacy advocacy work that starts in the library and reaches out deeply into the community around our buildings. After all, this is exactly the information that each individual we serve has a basic human right to obtain. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Zimmerman. Now we can move on to Dr. Lindstrom.
Great, thank you, Dr. Zimmerman and Dr. Threats. And let me go ahead and pull up my screen to make sure this is working. And I really like what Dr. Zimmerman said about kind of what can librarians do, because that's really the theme of my presentation. So this is from OCLC Web Junction. Some of you may know a few years ago, they had a big initiative called Health Happens in Libraries. And since then I've wondered, so how does health happen in libraries? And I would argue we actually have a fairly poor understanding of how that process actually works. And so in my research, I really tried to build from the ground up. So to build from what's actually happening in libraries, and from that grounded reality, build the type of theoretical framework that would help us understand how health actually happens in libraries. And as I've been thinking about this, I've been thinking about documents like the American Public Health Association's Improving Health and Wellness Through Access to Nature, as well as a wide-ranging body of scholarly literature within the field of public health on access to green spaces, access to nature, and how that's a core part of community health. And parallel to that, I've been thinking about and observing and documenting examples like these gardens that were created this past summer in front of the Duluth Public Library in northern Minnesota in collaboration with the American Indian Community Housing Organization, with signs in both Ojibwe and English explaining what these plants are. So a clear example of health happening in libraries through the community collaborations focused on transforming the built environment. And I think my kind of contribution to today's conversation is to really highlight and to really be kind of a, my goal is not to have the definitive word on this theme, but to really highlight and say this should be part of our conversation. This needs to be part of our conversation about how health and libraries come together. I've been with my colleagues documenting the growth of libraries that have community gardens. This is an example of down the road, Forsyth County, North Carolina, where the Walkertown Library Community Garden has been going strong since 2012. And when I talked with the librarian about what they've been doing during the pandemic, she pointed out that our library community garden is the one and only kind of program that we've continued to do during the pandemic because it's outdoors, people are coming at separate times. And so it's been, and that's really what I find really interesting is the explosive growth in spaces like this. And with my colleague, Katie Campana of Kent State, we actually surveyed the public librarians in September of 2021, asking 655 public librarians about some of the ways that they may have started to promote access to nature, taking programs and services outside. And I just want to share that within this sample, about 20% actually reported making permanent renovations to their outdoor spaces during the COVID-19 pandemic. So what was, I think earlier, kind of a more underground phenomenon is definitely out in the open and public libraries are outdoor spaces in ways that I think we don't yet fully understand, certainly not from a public health perspective. Despite the fact that there's been a growing practitioner literature about this topic kind of bubbling up over the last decade, more and more public librarians have been talking about this, but that discourse has not really translated into the scholarly discourse, I think, to really need and support it. But there has been, I just want to highlight a few of the major actors. One of the major ones is the Children in Nature Network and the National League of Cities. They currently have a Cities Connecting Children to Nature initiative, and they're really highlighting libraries as nature connectors. So how can public librarians, particularly in urban America, work collaboratively with others to increase access to nature and the health benefits associated with that? And this is just from one of their recent newsletters, the San Francisco Children in Nature chapter highlights one of their long-term partners is the San Francisco Public Library. So they highlighted how San Francisco Public Library for Dia de los Niños really worked to highlight the importance of getting outside, being active in nature, and providing some resources and support to help families and children do just that. Another big shaping force is the more grassroots spread of the story walk phenomenon, which, as some of you may know, started through a collaboration with a chronic disease specialist in a public library in Montpelier, Vermont in 2007, and has since spread all over the country. And this is just one sign of that from Charlotte Mecklenburg Library here in North Carolina, where with funding from the State Library of North Carolina, the library proclaims I can read library books in parks. So another vivid illustration of public health, public librarianship focused on transforming the outdoor built environment. And just another big trend is the huge growth in sustainability and climate change discourse within public librarianship. As you know, in 2019, sustainability became a core value of the American Library Association. And in 2010 and 2020, the ALA released this programming guide for libraries, resilient communities, libraries respond to climate change. But what I really want to highlight here is this part of the guide focused on programming partners, because I think that's within this kind of growing space that continues to be kind of a missing piece. It's not about what public librarians can do or by themselves. I think that's a very uninteresting question. I'm much more interested in understanding how public librarians are working collaboratively with a wide array of community partners to really transform nature in the outdoors, and who has access to it and who doesn't. And I just want to close by highlighting Suje Lugo, who's both a PhD candidate at Simmons College as well as a public librarian in the Boston Public Library. She on Facebook and Twitter has been really vividly conveying kind of this new form of public librarianship, which is focused on outdoors and engaging in outdoor spaces and trying to encourage others to do the same. So she didn't let a little nor'easter stop her from going out in Boston last October and encouraging her community to do the same. And during the pandemic, on her Twitter, she's been really highlighting all the different ways that she and the rest of the staff at Boston Public Library, like public librarians across the country, have been going outside in ways that I think we don't really understand or reckon with, particularly as it concerns public health. So given all of this outdoor focused librarianship, this is a question I'd like to raise for discussion when we get to that point. How should we or how could we understand public librarianship in relation to the public health focus on improving health through access to nature, and to really understand how health happens in libraries in part through the types of things that I've been discussing for the last few minutes. So I thank you for your time, and here's just my website if you'd like to learn more, but I'm gonna turn things over to I think Diane or Marcia, I can't remember who's next.
Yep, Diane. Yep. Thank you so much, Dr. Lucia. Yep.
Hi, yes, I'm glad to follow that. I am a practitioner, so I'm really pleased with this idea of the scholarly discussion around practitioners. I am here representing a rural library, and I want to bring up 3 points that I think are important. Rural libraries serve a different role in their communities than their larger counterparts. Community partnerships are essential to increasing our capacity to meet our community needs, and a platform to connect academics and rural library practitioners, I think, could move our work forward on both sides. So to give you some specifics on why I think these things are important, just to paint the picture, our library here in Pottsboro, a town of about 2,500 people, we're an hour and a half north of Dallas, stayed open throughout the pandemic. Our library provides essential services. And I think there are many people, even within the library field, who don't understand what libraries do. We had to stay open because infrastructure, broadband, is such a barrier here. And so many people in our area do not have internet access, and they don't have devices, and they don't have the digital literacy skills to do what they need to do. In the early stages of the pandemic, people were coming to use our fax machine for legal and medical documents. It was quite sobering, end of life documents, and updating their wills, that kind of thing. And due to uncertainty about the food supply, people were coming to our seed library and getting as many as 50 to 100 packets of seeds, just because there was so much uncertainty on what was to come. People came to the library for help filling out documentation online for benefits. One man came in and showed me his phone. He had tried to reach the government office 143 times that morning to file for benefits, but was unable to do so because the phone lines were flooded. So we were able to go online with him. He had never used a computer before in his life, and take care of what he needed to do. And we started having calls, people needing to have medical appointments. Their doctors didn't want them to come to the office, and because they didn't have internet at home, they came in here to the library. And I'm actually speaking to you now. What used to be a storage closet is now our dedicated telehealth room that grew out of the needs we saw in the pandemic. In a rural library, basically a one-room library, we see the needs on a very personal basis. We get to know the people in the community very well. But our city tax base is extremely small. Our all-in taxpayer-based funding that we get at the library is $40,000 a year. That is up from zero 10 years ago. And so we are competing with police and fire and water and sewer to get that funding. And so strategically, it is important for us to offer these essential services. And I will tell you one story I love is that 2 years ago, police needed to replace a 10-year-old police car, and the city told them to wait 1 more year so they could give a raise to the library. So it is paying off. With that $40,000 a year, and this is before grants, we're very successful with grants, but that funds one part-time person who manages the library, and then we have 2 desk workers who are funded by a government program for low-income older adults who are trying to get into the workforce. So you can see our capacity is limited, and we couldn't do the things we do without community partners. I am very fortunate to have a local internet service provider who has worked closely. We've worked on projects together for about 10 years now. And through that, in the last 18 months, we put up neighborhood access stations. Transportation's an issue in a rural area. A lot of people don't have cars, and there's no public transportation, and there's no ride sharing. So we put up public hotspots in places where people could walk to, like the volunteer fire department, a convenience store, a tackle shop. So we put those out in the community, and the internet provider erected a 35-foot internet tower in our parking lot here at the library, and people, low-income students who live within a 1-mile radius can come to the library, check out a router, and so they have internet in their homes now. And that is so much more important than, going to a hot spot outside. In Texas, it gets hot in August. So for them to have it in their homes is a game changer. And then in terms of developing this platform, I think because of our limited capacity, amazing work is going on in rural libraries across the country, but they're not amplifying that. Dr. Lenstra does a great job of getting the word out about what we're doing. But there's so much going on that nobody knows about, and that includes library schools. In my experience, library schools don't understand what work is being done in rural libraries. And I would love to see a conversation about some curriculum that really reflects the work we do. And as an example of why I think this is important, recently the Texas State Library offered funding for telehealth, which of course I'm very excited about. And so the way in a rural library, when you have limited capacity, you just need to apply for this grant and get it up and running. But an academic could have a different perspective on how to make this work better. And so if we could combine the researchers and the academics on this practical side, I really think we could could move both sides forward. And that's it for my time.
Thank you so much, Diane. Now we're going to send it over to Dr. Martis. Thank you.
Hi, everybody. Let me just work a little magic here and get my slides displaying. Bear with me, please. Here we go. All right. So, hi, glad to be here, especially with a group of contributors whose work I really appreciate. And Diane's information was just fascinating and just a really nice lead in to what we're talking about here. But I wanted to give a big shout out to my former director, Lori Mon, who gave a great presentation earlier this morning, and my colleague, Margaret Zimmerman, who shared some really good stuff that I could tell people were really picking up on in the chat. So the paper that we shared today reflects a suite of projects that I and my collaborators have underway in the Florida Panhandle, which is one of the most hurricane impacted regions of the US, which is of course getting worse due to the warming of the Gulf of Mexico and the related weather conditions. So while I'm going to be talking about this specific region of Florida, many of the experiences we've had in this area and our concerns about the future apply to other coastal regions, particularly the rural communities within those coastal regions. And so of course, this work does not just reflect my efforts. It's more of an earth, wind, and fire, or arcade fire assembly of people, if you get my illusion there. So today I'm joined by Faye Jones, who is the other researcher from the FSU College of Communication Information. She's in our audience, as well as Aaron Osgoven from the College of Engineering, Mark Horner from the Department of Geography, Ellen Pakulkevich and John Mathias from the College of Social Work, Scott Pickett and Jessica DeLeon from the College of Medicine. John and Jessica are also anthropologists. So I'm going through this roster for a very particular reason that will reveal itself in the next few slides. I have 4 total, so not too many slides ahead. So we also have advisors ranging from the state climatologist and the state emergency management director, the state librarian, representatives from just about every agency that touches the quality of life in our region. So why so many people, you may wonder, and I hope we can get to the bottom of that by the time I'm done. In our NSF funded and IMLS funded work over the past few years, we've witnessed the impact of serial, that is one after the other, and layered one on top of each other disasters. And COVID-19 is a great example of a concurrent disaster. So COVID-19 hit a still active disaster scenario with devastating effects. Because not only are disasters common in the Florida Panhandle, as these 2 maps show, but these areas also struggle with additional challenges such as high poverty, low literacy, low levels of education, little access to healthcare, all of the kind of confounding factors that you've heard about in the presentations that have led up to this one. So these disasters really exacerbate the divides between rich and poor, rural and urban, inland and coastal, but not necessarily in the ways that you may think. For example, doing the preliminary work for this paper, we learned that storm surges, flooding, and wildfires caused by hurricane winds substantially affect inland counties, but they're very low on the media priority as well as the policy priority. So often the last in line for recovery support, and nobody really hears about the devastation that happens 60, 90 miles in from the coast. And so this notion of shifting normals or new and old normals that are equally challenging has really guided our work. And so I circled the 2 areas of interest that we're talking about there just to get an idea. This is not where people necessarily go for their sunny Florida vacation. This is a different part of Florida. It's called the Forgotten Coast. So we're working in several Panhandle counties, in several connected projects. And with the support of the new NSF Civic program, in which NSF is really focusing on building out that researcher civic partnership, much along the lines that Diane was describing. So it's aiming to maximize community resiliency. We've chosen to focus on highly rural Calhoun County, which is a landlocked county about 90 miles north of the Gulf Coast. And how our community context looks on paper and what it's like in real life is really worth describing. And that's why I put this slide in here. So the resident to library ratio is about 20 times better than it is nationally, and that is the result of next level leadership. This county has 17,000 residents and has 6 public library branches, 1 in each county district and a main branch. So that's a pretty good library to resident ratio. And that's because the library director negotiated with each of the district county commissioner, asking them for any building they could spare, and she really would take any building they could spare. So as a result, a few of the branches are in converted buildings. And in one instance, the Shelton's Park branch you can see there at the bottom, it's a converted storage shed and has until recently had an outhouse, but then a stray dog had a litter of puppies in the outhouse and they had to put indoor plumbing in. So that sort of changed that situation for the better. And the other that I thought I would point out was actually built as a hurricane shelter first and a public library branch second. The walls go 20 feet under the ground. It has unbreakable glass in the windows, and it has a full kitchen, bathrooms with showers, ability to shelter people overnight, an industrial generator, all of these kinds of things. So in getting a public library branch, this particular county commission district also got a hurricane shelter. Whenever we visit these branches, they're always busy, and not just with the computers or kids' story time. Now, keep in mind, this is a county of 17,000 people spread far across the county. As you can see on the map that I have here on the right, you get a sense of the population distribution and where the public libraries are located relative to that. So one other thing to know as we move forward in this presentation is that Florida's public librarians are statutorily designated Tier 1, Tier 2, and Tier 3 disaster responders. And in some areas of the county, these branches and their librarians are really the only disaster response that the residents see. So I'm just gonna not go into a huge amount of detail about the paper. You certainly have it available to you to look at, but just to kind of wrap up the framing here. So the first study we did in this particular community was kind of a needs assessment, more of a pilot. That's what it was called. We collected a lot of stories, and as you could tell, because I've told a couple here today, but I've also heard, I think that's the way librarians communicate difficult topics, and it's very effective. We collected a lot of stories. They gave color and meaning to state and regional data sets that we had already looked at. We talked to the public librarians, county officials, citizens, local stakeholders, and we documented a fragmented disaster response that included workforce, community, infrastructure, housing, health, and environmental efforts that were all implemented to various degrees of effectiveness because these services weren't necessarily matched up with the particular community that they needed to serve. So our argument is that by working through and planning with each individual branch, these branches that are already kind of quietly functioning as resiliency hubs can be specifically built in to the county's disaster response. And in that way, the services can be tailored to the residents that are in the particular area. So these areas that I'm talking about surprisingly map almost identically onto the Colorado Resiliency Framework, which in many studies of community disaster response and resiliency that's demonstrated there, all kind of map out into these areas. And we took that idea and put that into a co-design process that we're going to be undertaking with the library personnel in this area. So we're going to engage the public librarians and the researchers along with county officials and citizens in each of the county's 5 districts to devise rural resiliency hub plans centered in and tailored to the surrounding community. So these hubs will provide a blend of direct service and referrals. So also be critical connectors between government and NGOs. We're using GIS and community mapping to document and affirm needs, high-risk areas, and escape routes, providing social work and behavioral health assistance to children and families to surface and address socio-emotional impacts, and planning and documentation to support public librarians and county officials to raise awareness and institutionalize these community-driven public library resiliency hub plans. So in the time that we have left in the project, we won't be able to implement the hub designs, but we're optimistic that we'll be able to do that in an upcoming project. But the discussions that we're having and putting this piece of the project together specifically designed to provide immediate benefits, such as helping people strategy, districts have not to know the paper. And I'm just going to stop there.
Okay, thank you all so much. This has been a wonderful, wow, I'm just like so gobsmacked by everyone's presentations. And I see just kind of two running themes through all of you all's work. And I kind of want to start with this idea of libraries providing infrastructure that is critical for community health and wellness, and how oftentimes, even though libraries are providing this critical infrastructure, they're oftentimes underfunded. And so underfunded and underappreciated, because I learned so many new things. I always learn new things from Dr. Lynchra on Twitter, but I especially just learned so many new things during this presentation, and also from Diane, just all the critical radical, that's the right word, that's the word I think it was that Dr. Zimmerman used, radical work that is being done by libraries, but is underappreciated, is underfunded, and people just don't know about it. So what can we do as practitioners and library workers and library and information science educators to bolster the, I guess, maybe visibility of these things, and then also to ensure that we increase more funding for these libraries that are under-resourced, especially in rural libraries. And I definitely think the next thing we can talk about after we kind of discuss that a bit is this idea of the lack of attention that rural libraries get in LIS education. And so what is our responsibility as LIS educators to make sure that, especially if we're focusing on communities that are under-resourced or marginalized, for some reason, we don't talk enough about rural libraries. So what can we do to ensure that our degree granting programs make sure that our students are prepared? So I guess maybe we can start with what can we do on the advocacy front as people who maybe have visibility who can help with some of these issues. And this is for the panelists, and then maybe even the audience can chime in the chat, and I'll start looking at that as well.
I'd like to speak to that. I feel so heard. I'm so glad to hear this conversation. I think one issue is the degree, and how so many rural library staff don't have an MLS and feel even themselves sort of a lack of legitimacy within the field. And so that extends itself to working with partners and being in organizations like Shelby, the big schools health library. And so those groups, I think rural librarians themselves are busy, but also may not feel confident about speaking up about what they do. And so I think there could be some advocacy work done on the importance of rural libraries and amplifying their voices.
Absolutely.
I can say that one of the interesting parts of having a large interdisciplinary project is not just the disciplinary perspectives that each one of the academicians brings, but also the dissemination opportunities that they bring along with them. So I will tell anybody who sits down with me long enough that Florida's public librarians are statutorily obligated to serve in disasters. And the number of people who don't know that and are absolutely floored by that information, I will keep telling people until there are no more people to tell. But because this is an interdisciplinary project, I get the opportunity to tell that to engineers, to social workers, to behavioral health specialists, to people who are in our major workforce organizations. And I think that as academicians, we can't leave it all on the practitioners, that we really have communities and probably a little bit closer interface with some policy and governmental decision makers who need this kind of information. So we also need to make sure that we're spreading ourselves around in various places too, and just making sure that the power of libraries is not just a community conversation, but a conversation that's also happening in the academic realm.
Yeah, and I just want to second that, and really just to reiterate, say that I mean, as people kind of who work at the national level, I feel like it's our obligation and duty to be having those conversations and to really be amplifying the voices and experiences of rural librarians like you, Diane. And I'll just share in my work, I've been working ever closely with the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. They have a physical activity and nutrition section. They also have a built environment working group. And so I completely agree. It's our duty to be forming these interdisciplinary alliances so we can really communicate to the people who need this information at the national level. So we have a more grounded, realistic, empirically based discussion of how health actually happens in libraries and what national support we need to make that even more resilient and robust.
I want to chime in a little bit here too. I think that the idea of interdisciplinary is fantastic. I also think that, touching on the idea of working with community stakeholders as well. I've been really amazed at when I have reached out to, I've done work with refugee populations and health literacy classes for refugee populations. And when I've reached out to local churches and local community support organizations for refugees, for example, they've had absolutely no idea the breadth of services that are offered by libraries. And, working with other community organizations and getting that kind of word out as well is incredibly helpful to building our, prominence in the community.
Absolutely. And I like this idea of, I guess, maybe stepping outside of librarianship. And something that I've noticed about all of you is that obviously you all do work that I would consider interdisciplinary or multidisciplinary in some way, shape, or form. And I think sometimes because we're so focused on sharing the brilliance of libraries, because we are sometimes, I feel like, maybe a bit disrespected and underfunded, sometimes maybe we're a bit more hesitant to do this type of work for the sake of maybe saying like, we don't want to get rolled into something else, or we don't want the value of libraries to be diminished in partnership. But I think you all provide really excellent examples of working in partnership with social workers, engineers, people who are also working in public health, the work that Dr. Lynch is doing with the CDC and in other areas, like stepping outside of our field, but also showing that, this idea that we are a meta science, we are the backbone of pretty much everything. And I think that's, that in and of itself is a really great approach to maybe increase visibility and increase funding, and maybe stepping outside of maybe some of our traditional funding agencies. I know that I rely heavily on the NIH funding, and I see, sometimes there's more than IMLS, so there's a lot of people who are really interested in the type of work that we're doing, and I think maybe there's ways that we can partner with our practitioner friends who maybe don't have access to those funding streams to write them into our grants. So I think that's one way that we can advocate in another way, or provide funding, is writing folks into providing salaries through your grants. For our practitioner friends, that's another practice that, it can be difficult, but it definitely is not impossible. It can definitely be done. So that's my 2 cents on that. another thing that I wanted to talk a bit about is I want to talk a bit more about curriculum. What does public health and community development look like for a future librarian or a library and information science worker? And I saw someone in the chat posted a question about the hesitancy that people have with this idea of providing health and wellness information or providing health related services in public libraries, and typically talked about reference. And I wanted to talk briefly about my experience before right after I finished my MSLAS, I went to work in a medical library in Philadelphia at it's called the AIDS Library of Philadelphia, where we specialize in HIV/AIDS information and resources. And I worked as like an HIV/AIDS tester and counselor and did like basically a lot of health interventions in the community. But my role was the public services and reference librarian, but I did all of these things that you might consider to be social work. And so it's like, well, what are our jobs? And this question comes up a lot when you have the type of services that are offered, or the skills that librarians have to adopt to meet the needs of the community that work to support the community health of our population. So it gets maybe a bit uncomfortable sometimes, because there's this idea of what are our vocational, like, look, what is our training? And then what are our responsibilities as library workers? And I think sometimes that gives some people a bit of pause, right? But quite often, if you're working in a space where you're especially concerned with community health and wellness, the infrastructure that you provide and the resources and the services you provide are based on your users. And so if that's what they need, then that's what you do. And so I guess, how do we deal with that? How do we deal with people who might say, well, this isn't library work. This is not our responsibility. I'm not a social worker. But even though all the services that Diane described, those are all things that, you know, in previous working in like social service agencies, those are all things that social workers do, or they help connect people to. So how do we make the case for this being something that we do need to care about, and something that should be a top priority for all librarians, regardless of maybe what their specialty is?
If I could start, first of all, I just want to say sort of a special shout out. I actually am a former AmeriCorps worker and worked with AIDS patients in hospice care, people who were homeless before that were taken in by hospices, and have a really special love for, you know, that kind of work, which is what brought me here, honestly, is a big part of it. And for me, and this might not be, I don't know if this is the best answer, but in order for us to provide the services that we need to provide, we have to understand that we need a space that people can work in, that people can learn in, that people can engage in comfortably. And part of that is doing that kind of community outreach. You know, if you, especially in Philadelphia, you know, with the Kensington area being the center of the opioid epidemic, you know, if you are having people who are addicts that come in and are having overdose issues in your library or drug issues in your library, it's a real problem you have to face. If you're in a rural community and you're in a community that's overrun by any sort of health disparity, those are real issues you have to face before you can provide those information services that you want to. And then I do think too that there's just a special role for compassion in the library. I believe there's, you know, this is a profession. When I said it was radical, part of that is that it is just naturally intuitive, I think, for people who are attracted to this profession to be compassionate people. So leveraging that also is of value, but I don't want to talk too long. So.
Maybe from a curriculum perspective, there does need to be a bit of a step back in understanding how these situations that we're talking about in the ground and what's already in the curriculum fit together. So for example, I'm sure there are leadership courses and all the preparation programs that we experience, but to what extent did they really focus on gray skies, situations and how you use blue skies time to plan for gray skies time. So blue skies time being the time when everything is just going perfectly. Nobody really wants to think about the downer stuff at that time until it actually happens. And I think helping future information professionals think through how they can take advantage of the blue skies time to think through what might be coming up ahead in gray skies time, doing all of that environmental scanning and other kinds of community input tasks that we urge people to do. But I think there's also another connection we need to make, which is I talked about serial and layered disasters, the layered disasters, and what we're seeing in our rural communities, and I'm sure this is no unusual observation, is really the third disaster that's layered on top of, in our case, hurricanes, COVID, is misinformation and disinformation, because we have to help our folks fight through the counter facts in order to get to the point where we can have a meaningful conversation about what to do in communities about COVID, and then what to do in communities that are still struggling to react from natural disasters. And I don't think we do a very good job of making those internal connections in our curriculum, because each class is treated like a discrete unit. And we really need to be talking about the larger connections that really bring all of the content together in different ways and help our future information professionals be a little bit more fleet and able to pull content from this course, this experience, and see how they all come to bear in a particular situation.
And I'll just really quickly add, I find myself once again in agreement with Marcia in the sense that I really think, yeah, we need to talk less about health in the reference kind of information services curriculum and talk more about it in the context of leadership and project management. And that's really been my approach here at UNCG. I teach an advanced management course, which is focused on project management. And I really emphasize in that course, here's what it looks like to go out and collaborate with your local health department or hospital. And I see those types of skills as really being absolutely critical, in my opinion, not that it's a competition, but much more so than conventional consumer health information training for public librarians.
And to jump onto that, I think a piece that's needed is thinking like an entrepreneur. It's just being able, it's that lifelong learning and being able to change, which rural libraries, we are quick on our feet because there's not a lot of bureaucracy. So we see a need, we can respond quickly. And just as an example, with the telehealth room, I saw the need here. I knew what we could do on our end, but I didn't understand the healthcare provider end of it. So developed a partnership with University of North Texas Health Science Center. They took care of all the protocols and the disinfection, that whole end of it. And now it's evolving in really exciting ways because we both just keep saying yes to each other. So, you know, you start out going down one path and then it's like, oh, well, what about community health workers? And it's just expanding in ways, again, that I would not have the capacity or the knowledge by myself to do. So it's learning how to work with those partners. And I've been very fortunate. Somebody talked once about when a big partner partners with a little partner being collaborated on instead of collaborated with. And luckily that has not been my experience. That's the biggest takeaway I've had from the pandemic is all these national organizations and huge healthcare centers and all of this stuff need to reach people in rural communities. And we're the public facing entity that can make those programs real. And so the money they need to spend, the work they need to do, the library is the conduit for that.
I just really wanted to underline the power of what Diane is saying here, because to some extent, it's a distant mirror situation, right? You don't know what you're looking at until you actually see it. And so when there is an effective health program or some other social service program that's able to be administered through the library, then everybody knows that the library can do that. And that changes it might be incremental, but it changes people's imaginations about what the library is there to serve the community with.
Thank you all for your very just adapt like commentary. This has all been like just incredible. We have about 7 minutes left, so I want to open it up to questions, maybe from the audience that maybe haven't, if you haven't commented on the chat, feel free to raise your hand, or pop your camera on and let us know. If not, I have tons of other questions that I can ask, but I wanted to give you all the chance.
Well, I just want to emphasize in the chat, there's a really great conversation, a lot of great conversations, but one about kind of health-focused placement in rural libraries. So thinking about within our students' body, what could we do to place students in rural libraries, perhaps in locations where they don't have anyone with an MLIS on staff, as a way to build bridges. And I really like that idea. So thanks for that.
We're actually going to be putting social work master students in the public library in this project in the summer. So we will have 2. In fact, one's actually going to start in January. So, let's hope that is a really good model for others to add on to.
Okay, if there are no more questions for the audience, let's see. I have one more question for you all. And I guess, oh, wait, we do have a question. I'm going to give, I think it's Marlene, a chance to speak. Yep.
Thank you so much. You were just amazing. I've been going to these sessions, but it's the first time I could be in a Zoom one. And I just think that what the new Librarianship Symposium accomplished was amazing. However, I put in the chat that I teach in a library technology program for technicians. So some of you may be familiar with that library support staff model that ALA brought in, blah, blah, blah. But we have had some students from rural communities since we're completely online, but I've never covered that specifically in my instruction. It's in the textbooks we use, but I haven't focused on it. And to hear Diane Connery talk about they were open the whole time and what they accomplished because they were open, and also the opportunity to combat disinformation at the grassroots level. That was amazing to me. So I put my information in the chat, and if anyone thinks that they would be interested or able or know someone who could work with me, I would love that, because we do some extra presentations because it's not synchronous. So we do have guest speakers, and that would be amazing. Thank you so much for allowing me to share.
Thanks, Marlene. Okay, we have about 3 minutes left, so I have a really quick question for you all. I guess my question is, there's been such a focus on this idea of, obviously, this is the serious topic, at least for the symposium today, of this like the COVID affected world, right? And from what I'm hearing, it doesn't seem as though libraries are doing anything new, perhaps. It's more so that we're doing what we've always done really, really well. And it's hyper visible because other maybe public services have been so grossly affected that people are now saying like, oh, the library does X, Y, Z, or at least for people who haven't already been avid or active users of the library. So I guess my question might be, what are some of the things that maybe we can anticipate in regards to the role of library workers or library researchers in helping to support public health moving forward?
One specific thing that I'm working on now, the ECF funding for internet. Libraries left money on the table. Libraries didn't ask for all the money to get internet into people's homes. So keep in mind, I said our budget, operating budget is $40,000. we submitted a request for ECF funds for $7.5 million to it. We brought together all the libraries in the county who were interested. And so as libraries, we'll be able to get internet into people's homes. So I did want to touch on that. For rural libraries, understanding technology is really important because we often don't have the budget to hire an outsider to do things. And sometimes they're not even available if we had the money. So we need to understand how the internet works.
Yeah, and I think that's a really great point, Diane. And I've been thinking about this. So within the kind of rural health space writ large, there's just an astronomically large conversation right now around telehealth. And I agree with you, Diane. I think librarians are leaving money on the table because they don't know how to connect with these people. They don't know how to reach out and communicate about the public library as a public health partner. And if you don't have that core skill set, you're leaving money on the table. Exactly what you said.
I also want to go back to something Diane said earlier about county commissioners, and she's absolutely right. Like, they are elected and unelected based on road paving and other kinds of affordances like that. And so we talked briefly about curriculum, and I think there's space there to help our students understand that all of this fits together, that the entrepreneurial mindset that we're helping them embrace as leaders will help them to understand that if we want a successful telehealth program, we're going to need to work directly with the county commissioners and show them that this actually is something that's going to benefit the community enough that it will be just as popular as paving that main road in and out of town. And that can be a hard sell, but I think as part of an ongoing conversation, sort of empowering our future librarians, or even people, and this gets back to professional learning, because there was another point made that I think is really true too, is that we can't presume that these libraries are all staffed by people who are MLS graduates, that everybody who works in the public library needs the professional learning to be empowered to interface with the county government folks who are making the decisions.
And I'm afraid I'm not afraid. That's a great point for us to end this conversation, which is fantastic. I think my major takeaway, and I hope this is not out of line, I'm now in love with Diane. And I have to say, knowing that you are in Texas and my new home makes me feel better, and I will be coming up to visit and learn. But all of this has been fabulous. Thank you, Megan, for pulling this together. And Margaret and Noah, always learn a lot. And Marcia, incredible as always. I just picking up one of the things that I very much enjoy, and I would love to say it's just the symposium, but I've been in lots of different conversations recently among librarians in international context and local context, and having a bit of a span in the industry, to see that the conversations are really switching around what resources can we bring in and where are we going to put the health books to, how do we get the hell out of our buildings and into every nook and cranny to make sure that people are, once again, I love this too, basically getting served the human rights of appropriate information. I mean, I think that's a amazing context. We've increasingly started talking about democracy and not simply service. And I think to continue the escalation within an international context of talking about access to verifiable and credible information is as a human right, I think that's a really useful amplification. So thank you all very, very, very much. I will follow up with all of you on lots of questions. And we are headed into lunch. What we're going to do is, for the next half hour, we'll have a lunch. We are going to create some breakout Zooms. There you go, which you are welcome to join to have some conversations as well. And otherwise, we will see you back in 30 minutes for the next session. Thank you all very much.
I believe everyone can see the breakout rooms and just join on their own. But if you have any issues, just go ahead and let me know, send me a message, and I can help you get in there. Thanks, everybody.
what time is it where the event is being live transmitted from?
It's 11:57 a.m.
Okay.
So it's about noon. We're on
Thank
the
you.
Eastern time zone in the U.S.
Thanks. Thank you. I'm in Canada Mountain Time, so I think I have a 3-minute break and I'll use it. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Tammy,
Yes.
I just wanted to apologise again if my comments were inappropriate.
No, not at all. And just so you know, you're in the whole session that's recorded.
Right. Okay.
But no, I didn't hear anything. I thought I've really enjoyed hearing all of your perspectives, both today and last week.
I have to leave now.
Okay. Yeah. Have a great day. Thank you
Thank
for
you.
joining us.
Liz.
Hello, David. Oops.
How are you?
I've just got to rush off again. I'm always rushing off.
I understood.
Thank you.
Thanks for coming.
It's been absolutely fantastic and really inspirational. So thank you. See you soon.
Tammy, when you say to close down the rooms, it gives it a minute, just so you know.
I already closed it several minutes ago.
Oh, well, then never mind. I'll just close this window and wonder why I had it open. It's all
Yeah,
good.
they all should have closed at 11:57. So we should be all
Very
set
good.
to start.
Hi, Dr. Linkus. Just wanted you to know that I used one of your digital works with my class that I teach for library technicians. Thank you.
Oh, you're welcome. Thank you I'm glad it was of use. And thanks for your participation today. It's wonderful. I love the comments and questions. All right. So we all should be coming back at this point. I think we have our folks for the next one. Yes. Oh, there's Matt. Very good. All right, welcome back, everyone. Thank you so much for your participation at this point. We're looking forward to continued conversation with just outstanding folks in general and certainly coming up. I'm going to, in a moment, turn it over to Lorraine Harcombe on Reimagining the Future, New Visions for Scenario Planning, which has some of my favorite people in it as well. I have to say, in making my decision to come to the University of Texas at Austin, Lorraine was a strong determinant in that. She runs an amazing library here and has a fantastic background at several outstanding libraries, and her dedication to her staff, her dedication to learning, her dedication to proactive service is seen all over this campus, which I'm actually in today. So I'm very excited by that. And with that, I will turn it over to Lorraine. She is here, yes? Oh dear.
I am. Can you hear me?
Ah, yes, ma'am.
I apologize. I had noon Central Time on my calendar.
Sorry about that.
I'm here. I'm here. Thank you so much. And I would like to immediately start our session by introducing the three speakers on the topic of reimagining the future, new visions, and scenario planning. Our first speaker is Lynn Conaway and her entire team, who had done amazing work in terms of surveying several libraries across the world. Lynn is the director of Library Trends and User Research Group at OCLC Research, and Lynn has a pre-recorded presentation. Our second speaker, and I'm introducing them in the order in which they will speak, is Matthew Finch, who is an associate fellow of the University of Oxford Said Business School, where he is teaching scenario planning in the MBA and executive MBA programs. And our final speaker is Michael Pollers, who is the Dean of Libraries at Seattle Pacific University. So without further ado, we'll jump in and we'll have Lynn's presentation first, I think.
Hi, my name is Michelle Faniel. I'm actually going to be taking the 5 minutes, if you don't mind the talk. I know Lynn does actually have a video out there as well, but I figured I'd do it live since we were here. Thank you first for inviting us to participate in this panel and talk about the New Model Library Project. Brittany Brannon and Brooke Doyle are joining me today in this session. And Brian Lavoie is hoping to join us in the next session along with Brittany as the conversation continues. Definitely thanks go to our co-authors, Lynn Conaway and Chris Sear, who couldn't make it today, as well as our co-authors on what is now our first publication out of this project, which is an OCLC briefing called New Model Library, Pandemic Effects and Library Directions. So the purpose of the project was really to look into the future with 29 global leaders from public, 2-year, 4-year, and research libraries. We asked these leaders to reflect upon their responses to rapidly changing community and institutional needs during the COVID-19 pandemic. And then we also had them discuss their visions for their libraries as a result of changing practices and changing environments. Even though these leaders were at different stages of the pandemic during our discussion, and their responses were nuanced and varied given their local context. As we began to analyze the data, patterns did emerge. The specifics of their experiences differed, but the direction and the intensity of the changes that they were making were similar. So drawing from these experiences, leaders provided insight into their future plans, and we described these transformations as movements toward their new model library. We found the transformations could be described in terms of 3 experiences. The first being work experiences that address flexible and changing job environments. Collections experiences was the second. It includes physical, digital, and electronic resources. And then engagement experience is the third, and that focuses on in-person and virtual connections. We were also able to identify 4 areas of impact their new model library visions would have on their library, their staff, and their community. The first being agility. So that's about taking quick and innovative action in response to changing circumstances and expectations. Collaboration, which involves working with stakeholders to lead change within libraries, institutions, and communities. Virtualization, which is about expanding online library experiences for staff and the community. And lastly, space. And that involves finding new ways to engage in the physical library. Given just the 5 minutes, I'm going to share our findings of these 3 experiences at a very high level in hopes of unpacking them along with Brittany and Brooke as the conversation unfolds. So work experiences are really where library leaders envision making changes that impact, from what we found, primarily agility and collaboration. And that's because they're focusing on embracing flexible work, fostering well-being in the work environment, training for the future, as well as challenging traditional divisions of labor. The collections experiences are where leaders and their visions for their new model library are primarily impacting virtualization in space from our findings. And that's because they're looking to acquire digital and open content strategically, create new connections to physical collections, as well as prioritize resources that close the digital divide. So in the engagement experiences, whether they're taking place in the building, online, or in the community, the leaders' visions for their new model libraries are impacting space and virtualization and collaboration as they look to partner for a purpose with more intention, be strategic about going virtual, and inviting engagement in physical spaces. So our objective in sharing some of these changes that these leaders are taking into the future during the symposium is not that they be taken as absolutes, right? There are no universal right answers to the question of what a new model library will look like. My colleagues and I expect that each library will choose what they pursue based on their local context. And we've heard and seen a lot of that through the symposium over the weeks as well. With the uncertainty of budgets and staffing and social and economic changes, evolving community and stakeholder needs and expectations, we also expect the changes will continue to evolve. As the changes occur in work, collections, and engagement experiences, we also see these changes occurring in the areas of impact in terms of agility and collaboration and virtualization in space. So that's why these conversations for us are so important. They bring together information professionals and scholars around these kinds of topics so we can share what we're learning, contextualize our discussions, and then hear what others are doing and what's changing. And this is really what we're also preparing to do as we continue work on the New Model Library Project. And that's just continuing to talk with library leaders and staff. So in those ways, we hope, right, that we'll all be a little bit better prepared in terms of what comes next, right? That we're able to find common ground, that we're able to identify ideas for possible directions or ways to plan our future, as well as and the actions that we take in research as well as in practice. So with that, we thank you for this opportunity and we look forward to the conversation.
Thank you very much. I think we next turn to Matthew.
Thank you so much, Lorraine. And I was really pleased by what I just heard from Michelle, because I think there's some good resonance already between our papers and where we're headed. Just at the start, I'd like to acknowledge the traditional custodians of the lands that we're each on and pay my respects to elders past, present, and emerging. This can only be the smallest gesture towards acknowledging some historical injustices which exist in almost every territory that we're zooming in from. But I think as we look to the future especially, it's really important to remember those histories and geographies and things that haven't been put right yet, which we're taking with us into that time to come. My interest is really in strategy, like choosing to do X and not Y, and the reasons for making that choice. So it really resonated well for me at the start of this symposium when David did the introductory video saying, he talked about libraries' role in helping communities to make better choices. And the thing about strategy is it's intimately bound up with questions of the future, not just because that's where decisions and their consequences are going to play out, but because often strategy demands that we act a bit like a hockey player and we have to skate to where the puck is going to be, not where it is, not where it was, not where we wish it was headed either. My paper, that I don't want to go over all the details in 5 minutes, but it offered a case study in COVID-era strategy alive to this sense that we're living in times of turbulence, uncertainty, novelty, and ambiguity. Those conditions present new jeopardies and new challenges, especially for institutions which are tasked with preserving cultural knowledge or heritage, but they also offer new opportunities precisely because the old ways lose their authority and fresh decisions must be made in new contexts. And like Michelle, I really want to emphasize that plurality of decisions and contexts, because what really challenged me about this symposium, the opportunity it's given me to learn, came right at the outset in that title, A New Normal Agenda in the COVID-affected World. One agenda, singular, an agenda with novelty, an agenda which is somehow normative or normalizing, which is marked by COVID and which is global. Amelie Orum Henson, in her paper for the first symposium in this series, she talked about this tradition of norm critique in the Nordic countries, not criticizing norms for their own sake, but subjecting them to a kind of literary criticism. And in the title of this symposium, there's already so much to unpack, not least of which is the diversity of ways in which COVID affects different places and spaces. The question of power, of who speaks, who sets the agenda, when a conversation is convened, what is sought from hosting it. And I think David spoke really well to this, both at the outset of today's session and in the previous symposium when he talked about this conundrum, the paradox that the universal message is that we can't be universal. For me, in the time I've got, I just want to bring in two words which don't often make it into formal discussions of agendas and strategy. And the first one is shrewdness, and the second one is uncertainty. So to be shrewd, according to Merriam-Webster, is to be marked by clever, discerning awareness and hard-headed acumen. And it captures that attentive and analytical quality that I think libraries are going to need in the different contexts they face. And Corey talked really nicely about what's the terrain of my community earlier. And we just heard from OCLC that there is nuance and variation in these contexts. but it also captures how tough it is to make a consequential decision, to say we're going to do this and not that to address a changing world. On the Oxford Scenarios programme, we talk about the context of the context, the factors beyond our control which may reshape our immediate operating environment. We look to what lies upstream from the landscape that decision makers traditionally survey in horizon scans or SWOT analyses. And we use imagined futures as a vantage point to help people see things they couldn't otherwise detect in the present. Shrewd decision-making also means knowing which moves to make publicly and which ones to make quietly. And I think of Wayne and Shirley Wiegand's book on the desegregation of libraries in the American South and the complex and sometimes morally challenging ways in which Southern libraries sometimes sought to circumvent segregation without openly challenging it. And I think that the moral quandaries, the practical concerns, and the public perceptions of that kind of activity might once again become important for libraries in certain parts of the world. And I think we felt some of that in Bill Crowley's contribution to the first symposium of this series. The other uncomfortable word I want to pick on is uncertainty, not just in the common usage, but as the economist Frank Knight defined it. For Knight, uncertainty was different from risk. Risk was when you could calculate the odds of something happening based on past experience, but uncertainty was when you couldn't run the numbers, you couldn't rely on precedent, and the future couldn't be predicted by a model based on the past. And I think getting comfortable with uncertainty remains a challenge for all of us, recognizing that you can't gather data or evidence from events that haven't happened yet, that as the Bodleian Libraries' Frankie Wilson said at the Evidence-Based Library and Information Professionals Conference eBlip 10, sometimes you have to do something strategically that the evidence seems to tell you not to. And COVID has been this profound reminder that a trend is only a trend until it bends or until it breaks. And yet, if the team at OCLC was called the Directorate of Library Uncertainties instead of the Directorate of Library Trends, we'd think they'd have become an avant-garde art troupe. It's just not an organizationally comfortable word. The challenge of uncertainty means getting comfortable not just with handling information, but what Tor Norretrenes calls exformation, the things we reject, lay aside, or take for granted, the information that we don't include in the frame or that sits in the corner of our eye. It means testing even dearly held assumptions. So in Reading, Pennsylvania, for example, the source of my case study, one of our future scenarios looked more like the 18th century than the 20th when it came to the role of the public library. And that's quite resonant with Sarah Wingate Gray's Back to the Future paper from earlier in the symposium. Lastly, facing the challenge of uncertainty means recognizing that libraries might inhabit future contexts where the nature of government, of media, of intellectual property, of library and the written word, of information itself might be very different to today, and that those emerging differences might be strategically significant right here and right now. It means recognizing that the new normal agenda or agendas need to speak not just to established institutions, but to communities and sources of information from elsewhere, from the realm of folksonomy, of fandom, of what Shannon Matten has called fugitive libraries, informally convened by marginalized communities whose needs were unserved or ill met. Such a world might seem frightening because the outcome is uncertain, the things we've cherished might need to transform, and something of real value is at stake. But it's also hopeful, not only because we know that our choices matter, that they'll have consequences and we have agency, but also because new alliances and coalitions may come together on the common ground of an unwritten future. I think that today's symposium is serving as a place to convene some of those alliances and challenge some of those assumptions about how librarianship will meet the uncertainties of the emerging world in all the diverse contexts that the profession, its institutions, and its people inhabit. That's my piece. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Matthew. Next, we will have Michael.
All right, I will hopefully be able to share my screen here. And is that, I always need to double check to make sure people can see my presentation. Okay, some nods, thank you for that. So thank you, thank you to everybody who had a hand in organizing the symposium, to all who presented and all of you who have attended it. It's really a rich conversation, and it's really kind of an honor and a bit humbling to find myself at the end of a sort of phenomenal series of presentations. And I hope I can add something to the discussion by focusing on technological change, which permeates all of the layers of change and crisis that we've been talking about. I'll start by explaining my use of the word apocalyptic to describe our particular moment. In the popular imagination, apocalyptic apocalypse is associated with cataclysm and catastrophe. And that certainly is applicable for discussing COVID and all the related crises associated with it. But in a deeper ancient sense, apocalyptic has to do with an uncovering of deeper truths and realities. And we've seen many of these deeper truths and realities through all the things that have been going on during the pandemic. I've got just some of them on this slide here. But I want to focus on the promises and perils that have been revealed related to our information and technological society. Because we're seeing opportunities and challenges, but we're also seeing, if we pay attention, how what we're seeing can help us reimagine what is possible during during this period of change. And during the pandemic, libraries, and we've heard many great examples of this, libraries demonstrated how they continue to be significant sites for cultivating individual and collective agency through their infrastructure, through periods of profound change. And I believe that librarians and libraries are very well positioned to confront the unique information challenges of our time and to help us shape a better post-pandemic and digitally transformed world. Digital technologies have been changing our lives and the environments in which we live for decades, and transformative technologies such as artificial intelligence have been doing this for the last 10 years or so. The philosopher Luciano Floridi describes this digital transformation as an information revolution. This involves our increasing dependence on automated and autonomous information processing. And this is changing how we understand ourselves and our role in the world. And all of this is moving us toward what could be described as a post-digital time. And post-digital can be used as a temporal marker when we stop talking about digital this and digital that, and we just talk about this and that. But it can also be used as a way of gaining some critical distance on the digital as a phenomenon. And how we kind of critically incorporate these technologies into our lives in intentional ways that advance and support our values and what matters to us. Floridi's notion of an information revolution also encourages us to look back throughout history and look for and learn from other information revolutions and revelations that have preceded this particular one that we're living through now. I think a first really is identified with the emergence of our species, when we gain the capacity to process information reflectively and imaginatively, not just reflexively and automatically. And it's interesting as we talk more and more about automating human activities and intellection, automation actually kind of threatens in some ways this disautomation that we realized as we emerge as a species. A second information revolution is associated with information agencies that emerged along with cities to realize shared goals, social, political, cultural. And these agencies created structural agencies for realizing these goals that could be done in groups. We know from history, we know from our present reality that these structural systems are often very oppressive. It can be incredibly damaging. And require deliberate human intervention, constant intervention, to correct systemic flaws and failures. A third information revolution is associated with the information artifacts that we created after the invention of writing, which of course advanced the discovery and sharing of knowledge across space and time. And libraries emerged to collect and mediate access to these for information agency. So the library becomes a system, a structural agency that enables others' agency. This was modest initially. It's become a lot more interesting and dynamic, especially within democratic societies. So as we reflect on our fourth information revolution, connected with information automation, our unique challenge is to discern how reflective attention, structural agency, and information access and agency can help us integrate digital technologies into our lives in ways that enhance wisdom, hope, and justice. The pandemic forced us to live through a few, at least, kind of post-digital scenarios. There were at least three. There was a lockdown period where we were almost entirely online, or all that could be online was online for those of us in positions of privilege, especially, to a period of more kind of mostly virtual with a little bit more stuff happening in workplaces, on campuses, and so in our community, so forth. And then now, where we're living in this kind of cautiously embodied hybrid world, which I don't think any of us are really happy with that, or even any of the other scenarios that we've experienced, because as well, while there have been a lot of common experiences through the pandemic, these have also been radically different in varied locations. And so the question then becomes, what are the alternative scenarios that we desire and that we might want to begin constructing and imagining for a post-digital future. And so in my paper, I suggest 5 kind of strategic areas of focus that I think can help us preserve the best of what libraries have been while wisely augmenting libraries through digital transformation. The first has to do with the library's focus on people. As a human interface, something that is scaled for humans and designed for people holistically. And we've heard some great examples of how libraries have done that throughout the pandemic today. But pairing with that also, seeking ways that we can augment what we're capable of. Intelligence augmentation, not total automation, but intelligence augmentation. And especially for the future of our collective lives together, collective intelligence. And that leads into the other 3 areas that I focus on, and the importance of pursuing shared and inclusive pursuits of knowledge, hope, and justice. And we realize these within our communities, and leveraging wisdom that we don't hold a special preserve on, but it sort of exists, and we can support the agency of others. And so, COVID revealed, I don't think this is a controversial argument, but COVID revealed the clear need for more proactive design and intentional direction of digital and social transformations. And I think librarianship has important resources, roles, and relationships for this work. And library agency can advance others' agency for a better world. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Michael. Also, I don't see any questions here in the chat box, but I also want to encourage our speakers, now that you've heard each other's presentations, if you have questions for each other in terms of what you've heard and where they complement each other. Let me just say, my own experience is mostly in academic librarianship, and as I read your papers and listened to you, I realized we're all in the space where, as a library lead director, we're trying to figure out how to come back, while we're also trying to assess and review what are some of the practices, good practices we can retain. I'll call them COVID keepers. While at the same time, we're also trying to figure out how to move forward. And you all bring very different scenarios based on your papers also that I've read. OCLC did the survey among directors and didn't find one particular way to move forward. In fact, we all embodied and embedded in our own cultures, campus cultures in terms of academic librarianship. Matthew, your scenario planning really asks us to suspend any assumptions that we had and really dare to go into the uncertainty And then Michael, I think you're really focusing on things that we already have inherently within our profession in terms of core values and how we can leverage that now even better. Now that we've been through a pandemic and see the opportunities perhaps to do so. Matthew, while others are trying to think about questions, I'll come back to the chat. Strategic planning and scenario planning, can those two exist together in terms of moving forward? And I'm asking that very selfishly because I'm actually in a space right now where the university is planning has a huge strategic planning exercise underway and expects us to align with the priorities set by the university. So how do I use scenario planning in that space? Are the two mutually exclusive, strategic planning and scenario planning, or can I augment one in the other?
Yeah, I wouldn't say, it's a good question, Lorraine, that they are mutually exclusive at all. It's more that the imagined future or multiple imagined futures just give us a different vantage point on the present. So whether that is almost like putting your strategy into a wind tunnel and say, does it still work in each of those futures? Or just showing people options and opportunities that they didn't see before, or highlighting weak points or vulnerabilities or blind spots as well. I think there's so much within library land, particularly around things like our relationship with vendors, that is really difficult to talk about. But actually, sometimes you look at the power relations and think, what is determining the strategic choices? Is it the institution or is it the supplier? And there are all kinds of issues that are really hard for us to talk about. And you know, referring back to some of the very local anxieties we have, you know, I was thinking of what's going on at the moment in Denton in Texas around a story time having been cancelled because of sort of security threats of a rainbow story time. Thinking about what happens if those waves wash over us with all our plans and our good intentions, however much we fight to create the future we want to inhabit, how do we also prepare for what Marcia called gray skies in Florida?
Thank you. We do have a question here from Don Means via YouTube. Scenario A, how might COVID response serve the much larger looming crisis of climate change? Anybody? Okay. Matthew, I'll go back to your question. I'm sorry, I skipped over it. From the audience, what are some of the COVID keepers? I use that word, but what are some of the COVID keepers or changes that you'd like to carry forward beyond the pandemic in your libraries? I'll share one of ours. With regard to mandatory reading or required readings, we call them reserved materials in the library. We've digitized all of that because we used to have a large print collection behind the circulation desk. And as a result of the pandemic and having to move onto the platform so quickly, we digitized those collections, and we do plan to digitize the entire collection and not do in-print reserve collections as an example. That worked very well and the faculty liked it because they uploaded it. Other examples?
Yeah, I mean, I think what the examples that I have are probably kind of common examples, you know, across libraries, you know, from like, you know, moving more toward a digital first and open strategy as much as possible, you know, leveraging, you know, kind of, you know, virtual meetings, you know, reference work, bringing, you know, figuring out apps to use for connecting people rather than always just, you know, prioritizing face-to-face service. And we actually did reconfigure kind of the service areas in our library because we really wanted to strategically, you know, be more visible and take advantage of those face-to-face interactions that we had and be more. I mean, we did that before, but what happened about halfway through the pandemic for us is we kept kind of tweaking our website, the hours for the building and the services available, not available. And at some point we kind of threw up our hands and said, this web page is really about the building first. And even though we've been incorporating digital resources and services and platforms and everything else, for a long time, when you looked at the website, the first information was, when is the building open? What are the services? So we just redesigned our whole website, and we made it so that we could add icons or highlight things that were available at the time, based on the COVID protocols for the campus. And it in my mind, it made we were hybrid before, but it was still sort of a physical first. And the pandemic forced us to be digital first. And now what we're trying to do is we're trying to figure out, well, what's the balance, or what's the integration? Because I don't want to go back to physical first and digital first. We miss some things from that, especially being much more of a residential campus. Very, very focused on kind of relationships and collaborations in our community. And so that's kind of this year is an extended series of experiments as we become more increasingly present on campus. When is it best to do something through video conferencing, and when is it best no, let's do this in person. Let's kind of deal with this face to face. So that again, I think a lot of us did a lot of the same things, driven by safety reasons or leveraging the platforms that we had. But I think for me, from my perspective and my stuff, what was interesting is that shift of, we don't just add digital, or we're not just going to be all digital, but it's about what is this wise integration that's contextually appropriate, for our community.
Yeah. Michael, somebody asked if you could repeat the tool that you were using.
Which tool for which tool?
Marlene is saying, I didn't quite catch which tool you use, Michael. Can you repeat, please?
On your website.
It was just the website itself. So our content management system. So we use, I think it's Sitecore. And so it wasn't a tool. It was just building a new website with this design of much more, sort of I don't want to use the word hybrid because we've been using that for too long. It's more of a, integrated. But I guess that's the point. What's the language for what it is we're doing now? Where we're collapsing the dualism between online and offline, physical and digital. We realize that digital is always, physically situated. So what is the language we have now for this blended experience? Fluidity has a lot of terms, but you have to kind of make them up and explain them. But.
I'll just mention another one of our COVID keepers is the flexible work arrangements, or the FWAs, which the university allows us for this academic year. Interestingly, faculty and students are expected to be on campus and to teach on site, and the rest of the staff can exercise flexible work arrangements as low as 1 day on campus in an office and 4 days remotely. And that is all about wellness. Somebody is typing here about the centering, staff wellness is very, very important, perhaps in a way that I know I have not done before. And so we're creating all kinds of flexible opportunities with the holidays coming up and other stresses around this time of the year. We're making sure that they can assess their current flexible work arrangements and modify that as they wish, all the way into the spring semester through next summer. For some, it works to be back on campus in the office. For others, the remote work works because they have a better work balance that way in terms of other responsibilities at home too. Fact is, we've demonstrated that we can work on the platform very well and that we could do it excellently. And in fact, many of our faculty prefer that the librarians continue to interact with them, on Zoom, on Teams, in terms of consultations or even teaching. And many of our librarians, like probably many of yours, have developed videos and tutorials that they can now use much more so than we used to do in the past. One of the issues around this is, what do we do with the space of those who are only on campus 1 day a week? Do they still need an office? Those are more difficult conversations to have, obviously, but it does bring up the issue of space also. As libraries, we have invested in community and gathering spaces to bring collaboration opportunities into the library. As we plan and think about what the library needs to be, if everybody is comfortable working remotely, what is the drawback into our libraries, for them? How do we make it count so that they will want to come back and not just come back in the same way? We see people come back, but we don't see as many as we saw in 2019, for example.
Lorraine, could I ask a question? Sorry to butt in here real quickly. For my OCLC colleagues, and I apologize if this is going to come out as twisted it is in my mind, so give me a second. When you're talking about the new model of libraries, when you're talking about the folks that you're studying the data you collected and looking, I heard the word resiliency. I heard the idea of being able of, and throughout this conversation, we're talking about agency of the librarians, that they sort of have to determine it. I wonder, how do we support resiliency, right? Because one way to do this is anyone who's not resilient basically doesn't make it and quits or runs away. Hopefully we're being a little bit more compassionate than that. And the reason I'm asking specifically, not just because you guys did the research on the new model, but also you're in an institution that seeks to support libraries in the different functions they do, everything from how they collect to share information to training. So I'm wondering, have you put much thought into how we prepare, how COVID has highlighted the need for resiliency, and then how do we prepare our staff and our librarians to be resilient?
You want to go first, Brittany? I see you unmuted.
Yeah, I'll take a first crack at this. I think the quick answer is we haven't put a lot of thought into this, but I can give you a few off the top of my head thoughts on it. As someone in the chat was pointing out, one of the things that came up for us was really this issue of staff wellness, right? Staff well-being in the workplace and understanding, I think, a sort of more holistic understanding both of staff and of the community, right? As people who have lives outside of this moment that you interact with them in the library. So I think that's a really important part of it. I think, we heard a lot about training, right? And the ability to train proactively, not just reactively, which I think is unfortunate reality in libraries, that everyone's got a lot of stuff to do and budgets are limited. And so a lot of times training kind of gets kicked down the priority list. And I think that there's also, just from a personal perspective, for me, there's something about community, I think, that's really important in resilience, right? That connection both to other folks who work in this field as well as the communities that we're working with. And so I think for me, those three things are kind of paramount in terms of thinking about improving resilience, right? It's really keeping a priority on staff well-being, keeping a priority on training, not as a reactive thing, but as a proactive thing. How do we think about training for innovation, for, sort of the unexpected scenario, as Matthew is kind of talking about? And then also, how do we think about really staying connected to each other? We heard a lot about how difficult it was for librarians during the pandemic to not be able to connect with one another in the ways that they were used to. And that was one of the biggest challenges a lot of our library leaders talked about, was how to keep staff connected to each other to help them with the resilience to get through the situation that everyone was facing.
I think I would add one more thing, and it's just have a discussion with them about it. What does that look like and mean for them, right? Just as we do that with the communities that are supported by the library, let's have a conversation with the staff about what all of this means, especially when we're, looking towards the future and seeing what that agenda really looks like, right? That they're facing, that, on some level has an emotional toll, as well, right? In terms of everything that is available to address or needs to be addressed. So I think it's just being in tune with them and their needs, just as they're in tune with their community and their needs. It's kind of doing that as well, I would add. Go ahead, Brooke, you go first.
One of our recommendations seemed pretty basic, but it was about communication and having really clear expectations with staff around job requirements, hours, responsibilities, what's working, what's not. I mean, it seems really basic, but especially when the beginning of COVID, there was just so much change so quickly and nobody could tell which end was up. The really basic recommendation was be in really frequent and clear communication with really clear expectations. So I think that does a huge amount to begin those conversations about resilience and see where the needs really are.
One of the things that we tried throughout, David, I hosted a hangout, a 30-minute hangout every Friday. I hosted it, and anybody who wanted to come could join, and we didn't talk about work. They brought their pets, they introduced their new babies. It was more of a family situation. How are you doing? How are your kids doing? Because oftentimes the parents would be interrupted by kids needing help with homework and that kind of thing. But we were all at home and we tried to stay connected. But it was important for me to be there and to host and to have that conversation and check in with them, because I couldn't walk around and manage by walking into their offices. This must the digital version of managing by walking around kind of. And they really, really appreciate it. I had more people that I got to know through the Zoom at the Hangout than I'd ever seen in an all-staff on-site library meeting, at an all-staff meeting. And we would theme it sometimes, what's the music we're going to play this week, or cooking demonstrations, or whatever it is. It was not about work, it was about our well-being and how we are doing together away from each other.
Yeah, Matt, if I could just because you're brilliant and I love throwing you hard questions. All right, the easy answer on the training side in this is, well, if you train them in scenario planning and get them ready in an innovative model, they'll be more agile, and that's great. But I'm thinking about a library director of a public library, and in talking about how he was having, 16-hour days trying to plan out reopening, closing, things like that, and constantly reaching out to me and others going, this is literally people's lives, right? And as a library director, I don't remember ever being trained from, when you're in an pandemic situation, how to staff a hot zone, right? This isn't a question about whether I'm inconveniencing them. This isn't a question about, whether they have time off or can talk about these things. This is literally, and that's a weight. I mean, this particular director, I saw it on him. And so I guess that, back to you, scenario planning has to have a little bit more meat to it than just, oh, here's an imagined future, right? It also has to take on some of these really dire issues. Is that a fair comment?
Yeah, I think it comes back to this idea of just recognizing that the future that you're preparing for, even implicitly just saying my plan is designed to fit this future, that's a construct, and having a set of alternatives to explore. And I think with the pandemic, of course, the first thing was, of course, crisis response. And that's remained very onerous for many institutions in many communities around the world. But at some point, it becomes like that thing where I'm in so much of a hurry that I haven't got time to get more gas. And at some point, there has to be just one glance to the horizon, because otherwise, beyond the imminent consequences, there are things that are playing out over generations that, it's really going to affect, particularly in countries like the US. You can see that our whole political context could conceivably shift very soon. And for the clients in Pennsylvania, where it was very much almost 50-50 in the presidential election, there was a particularly difficult needle to thread, but they recognized if we were just operational, we're going to run into problems sooner rather than later. So I think the 16-hour days is one thing, but just having that moment to say, what if the sea comes in and it redraws the landscape in a way I'm not ready for? that's a question that at least having 15 minutes to ponder is part of the challenge. I think Brittany might have more to say on that.
I just think there's some interesting resonances across, someone alluded to the issue of vocational awe this morning. And I think one of the things that the pandemic made very uncomfortably apparent is that the people who work in libraries are human beings. And I think Michael kind of alludes to limitation of human beings in his work, right? And I think sometimes we have this mindset that whatever it is, we will do it, right? Like we will get there, we will meet the 100% mark. And I think there's got to be a recognition at some point that a lot of the things libraries are tackling, especially right now, especially if we're thinking about equity, diversity, inclusion, access, all of these things. And Matthew kind of talks about this with his strategic planning as well, and his scenario planning rather, that there's a context that we cannot alone address, right? And so I think some of the resilience piece for me is also about, Brooke talked about setting expectations among staff, but I think it's also about setting expectations as a profession about what we can and can't do and what we can and can't do alone, right? And how do we think about what we can do, but also where we draw the line and how do we ask for help, right? Because, 16-hour days might be sustainable for a month, but as a lifetime career, like that's not sustainable. And I think some libraries really start getting pushed in that direction, and that boundary setting of like, yes, we understand that this is a need, but we cannot meet it. How do we think about ourselves in a broader ecosystem where others might be able to? That also seems to me really important for this idea of resilience, right? The ability to withdraw and trust that someone else can step in, can help you while you recharge. One of our interviewees used the metaphor of the spoons, right? And they were from Australia. They'd had the fires, they'd had hailstorms, they'd had flood damage, and then they had COVID, right? And she was kind of saying, we've hit the end. Like, we can't take anymore right now. And we have to figure out, how do we just acknowledge that? How do we stop and say, yep, we've reached maximum capacity for trauma right now, and we have to take care of ourselves before we can continue what we're doing here. And I think that's a really important part of the recognition for what's needed for resilience as well.
Go on, Michelle, sorry.
No, that's okay. I was just going to say, I also think it's just a matter of, speaking to this, I think across all three of our papers, there was some discussion of this idea of partnerships, right? Bringing in people in an intentional way that do things that are different than what we do, right? So that we can kind of address the issue, whether it's more holistically, whether it's to meet a broader range of needs. And so I think that's another thing to think about when we think about staff. There's preparing those that are currently in the institution and getting their degrees. There's continuing education. There's also just bringing in someone that isn't a librarian, right? That does the AI stuff. Someone that is social work that can help internally, whether it's staff issues or community issues. So I think that there's also this idea of partnerships and thinking about what those partnerships would look like. Who would you want to bring in, given, the strategic choices that you're making around certain things? So I think that's another thing to think about when we think about kind of this idea of moving forward. Who are we moving forward with? How can we bring those people in? How can we help them? How can they help us within the community?
I think that's an important point, the collaboration. It's something that I always think of library, it's like oxygen to us. We just breathe it and do it, and faculty and other agencies on campus always are surprised at how easily we can do it. I'm sure you've all heard about the big resignation. I'm experiencing a lot of exits for totally different professions or for moving closer to family, all ways of means and reasons why people are moving on away from their current profession or their current job, etc. And, you know, as people are making very different decisions, how will we maintain or retain capacity to do this work in the future, and especially as we think about new work, you know, how will we approach it? I think the collaboration piece is absolutely important in terms of leveraging capacity with other experts and expertise on campus through purposeful partnerships, as somebody put it early on. So I just wanted to mention the big, it's everywhere. It's everywhere, the big resignation, while the big rethinking is going on as well.
Could I take the ball and pass it to Michael on something? Because the other side of the partnership piece is strategically thinking about what you stop. And both the conversations I had in Pennsylvania and Mississippi in recent years were really focused on what do we stop doing, because librarians respond and serve and tend to do more and more. I wondered, Michael, with everything you're saying about that move towards the post-digital, where are the areas where we should surrender, sacrifice, give up, ease off? Are there otherwise valuable things that we should do less of because of the post-digital turn, do you think?
Yeah, I think in some cases, you know, things evolve. In other cases, to do something new, you really have to sort of stop doing something else. And you know, an example that is small, it will be small for many of you, and maybe not impressive for some of you. But what's significant for us is COVID helped us like get rid of the reference desk. So we were unique. I know a lot of our libraries have done this already, but again, we're a very residential, relational campus, and so we had a big desk for reference librarians, and we did virtual, we did chat and asynchronous services and all that, but we were still really committed before the pandemic to staffing this desk with professional librarians for pretty robust schedules. We had done analysis and thought, wow, we're offering more reference service than most comparable libraries, and so we cut back a little bit, but we were still committed to that. And then our experience during the pandemic was, the librarians realized, wow, you can get through a reference interview pretty quickly, through Zoom. We've been interacting, especially with faculty, a lot more, virtually. Lorraine mentioned that a lot of faculty actually do prefer that. And we had a chat service. We had, before the pandemic, we had kind of merged, cross-campus collaboration. We merged our writing center with the reference desk, and so we had kind of a writing studio that's staffed by writing tutors and librarians. And so we already had kind of a shift to focus on that, and that went virtual during the pandemic, and we implemented an app to facilitate interactions for that. So as we were thinking about returning more fully to the building this last fall, it was like, what changes could we make based on what we've learned, this conversation that we're all having. And that was one of the big ones. And I didn't initiate that came from the librarians who do reference. And they said, well, I think we can move away from that desk. We still wanted to kind of be present near the main front desk for a shorter period of time. We'll certainly, be available, remotely more so. And so that was a huge shift, and it's been very rewarding. I mean, the kinds of interactions for shorter periods of times when librarians are at the front desk is a lot more, they're a lot more visible up front. There's a lot more engaging than interacting with that department, especially the students in that department. And so that was again, for us, that was a significant shift, and it freed up time because it freed up, those hours of staffing that desk. Where numbers were, on a trajectory downward, and now we're using that time much more productively.
One of the ways we've shifted, it was we have 12 branches around campus, and then the main library as well. Given the traffic data that we, obviously during the pandemic, it was very low, but we didn't open up in exactly the same way when we opened up. What we had done was to open up the main library 24/7, which was not the case before. We were 24/5, now it's 24/7, but we close the branches at 6 o'clock every night and not open during the weekend also. So we're funneling any needs that they might have, and they usually use the spaces for studying and collaboration. It's not as though they need the services so much. So we funnel them towards the main library, which is open every minute of the day and night for them to come in at any time. It's a little pushback on the fact that we are closing the libraries from the staff, surprisingly. Perhaps they're getting questions from the users, but so far it's working, and we piloted for this fall semester, and the data merits going through the spring semester as well if nothing changes.
Just to add one thing, it's interesting. But first, I just enjoyed reading both Matthew's and Michael's paper in the context of ours, but I'm going to put something in the chat. That's another paper that came out that speaks to some similar things we've been talking about today that I think will be interesting. It's called A Good Job Strategy. I don't know if people have read it or saw it by Trevor Owens, and he talks about offering less, exactly what Michael was just talking about, standardizing and empowering, cross-training, and operating with Slack, the latter perhaps a little bit more difficult given the Great Resignation, but I will put it in the chat just as another opportunity to read something else in this as we begin to think about moving forward.
That's great minds, Michelle. I just put it in there because I was thinking about the exact same thing.
Well, I'm looking at the time, and I would first very much like to thank Lorraine for moderating the session today. I fear I threw her off by sending her East Coast times instead of Central. Sorry about that. So thank you very much. Thank you very much for your flexibility. And to our panelists. I love the fact that we can be talking about 10,000 years of history right next to a conversation on how rural librarians are doing telehealth and et cetera. This idea of the connections across these things are amazing. We are going to take a 10-minute break. I am really asking you to please come back at 1:10. We're going to turn the spotlighting off, and hopefully if you're comfortable, turn the videos on and engage into a wider conversation about how do we take some of these conversations, some of this input, some of these views today and clearly from across them, and talk about what parts and pieces of an agenda. I don't think by the end of this time we're going to have one that we'll publish and call it a grand declaration, but I very much like to spend some time amongst us sharing our thoughts and areas in which we as a profession should be looking at. So 10 minutes, I will see you East Coast time at 1:10, Central time at 12:10, and I have no idea where everyone else is because you guys are amazing in joining us. So
David,
see you then.
Before you let us go, is there an announcement you wanted to make?
That's at the end, I promise.
Okay, at the very end. Thank you.
That's where we continue the conversations. So
yeah, all right.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome back, everyone. Thank you for coming back. I would ask a couple of things. What I'd like to do now. We have now had, this is our fourth, pretty structured conversation around areas of librarianship. So we began with a conversation about neutrality and are librarians neutral and what's the role in it, and really interesting conversation there. We talked about equity, diversity, inclusion, once again in an international context, talking about how we make sure that voices are heard and brought into how we serve communities and seeing communities as assets of diverse voices and viewpoints. We've talked about those cross-border international issues about how we work together and how we work in different areas and support each other across borders, community borders, which are very porous. And today, we've had a spectacular conversation about different ways in which libraries are responding to COVID, with different ways in which we can begin to plan and move forward. So now, rather than presenting at you, I think now we would like very much to hear from you and have a conversation. So what I'm going to ask is that if you are willing, please turn on video. You can unmute yourself, and I'm going to ask my colleagues to unspotlight me so that we can just begin to have a conversation about where do we go from here. And I'm going to just sort of pose a question to get us started. Lots of smart people here. What I've heard throughout this process, and what I've heard also very much beforehand, was the idea that increasingly the futures that we face are just that, they're plural, that different organizations, different worlds, different communities, not different worlds yet, different communities are going to have libraries and library services that look very different. And in order for that to function, it seems like the librarian, and once again, very much cognizant of a conversation about whether those are credentialed, non-credentialed, where they're working in role, et cetera, are going to play a strong role in trying to bring a community together through a process of coming up with what this future looks like for our community. I'm wondering, does that sound right? What's the institutional role versus the individual role, and how do we get librarians that are prepared to do that? And I see lots of friendly and not very retiring faces here, so jump in.
Could you actually repeat that question?
Right. So, oh God, now I don't think I remember it. That's right. So the question is, are we looking at a future in which the role of the librarian becomes more prominent? That to this point, we've talked really about libraries, what libraries do, and increasingly we're talking about what librarians do, because there may not be that many commonalities in the communities that we're serving.
Well, David, it's Kate Macmillan. How are you from Napa Valley?
I'm great.
Nice to see you again. I think probably I can answer this. We implemented a partnership with the Napa County Library 6 years ago, which ultimately gives a virtual library card to every entering student K through 12, starts in kindergarten. Automatically, parents have to opt out. This has been a wildly successful program because California has very few teacher librarians. In fact, I am a public librarian that is the district administrator for the entire county. I think that without these partnerships, especially in California, and I see throughout the West, that school libraries are going to lose all relevancy, and probably what we're beginning to see, that I work with the state, are smaller districts closing their libraries. So these partnerships are, for us, I mean, they're crucial. So there.
So when we think about the future agenda here, right? The goal here is, once again, what as a library ecosystem, so including consultants, including vendors, right? What is it that we should be pushing for? And I think there's one, which is more librarians, if we can demonstrate the values to how they're doing it, and whether we and it sounds like, though, sorry, are we going to push for more librarians, not just because, hey, we need more librarians, but more about the idea of, once again, how communities can be resilient? Is that an argument that we can make?
Absolutely, I think so. The problem with it with states credentialing, it's become so, the debt load is incredible. It's probably about $75,000 to become a teacher librarian, and you do not have you're not really protected. It's one of the first jobs cut. So what do? We have to reach out to public librarians, and public librarians are going to be, I think, end up being the backbone, especially in states like California, of managing school and public libraries. In fact, there was a initiative with a legislator from the southern part of the state that wanted to make these partnerships absolutely a state law, which would not work for smaller rural libraries that possibly do not have the funding that could create these partnerships. We've also tried, to do the shared library at certain rural areas, like way up in Pope Valley, where they have black bears and 50 students, but it didn't work well. So I think that this has evolved. Originally, it evolved from one card that we could use. They could use the digital resources of the library. Now, this one card that we do use, this digital, allows students to use everything print and digital. But without these partnerships, there are not going to be school libraries, and we worry about this a lot in California. I think we have right now maybe 850 teacher librarians for the entire state. So this is a dangerous and perilous time.
So actually, if I could, Diane, are you still here? our friend from Diane Connery? Because you had raised an issue in your presentation about preparing these librarians, this notion that if librarians are going to be upfront and making some of these, needing to make some of these partnerships, they need to feel prepared. We had an earlier conversation in a previous symposium about the notion of legitimacy, that there's legal legitimacy. By law, you have to have a school librarian. By law, you are, this is how we define them.
Now, I'll interrupt there. There is a little thing in Ed Code, in California Ed Code, that if you do not have a teacher librarian, you can do a partnership with a public library, and that librarian can become the librarian of record.
Very good. But there are other forms of legitimacy, and I think it's coming back to when you're coming up. What I heard today was, when you want to build a strong partnership, you have to be pretty confident in yourself, in your skills, and in your connections. How do we do? I'm sorry, Tana? I may be pronouncing your name. I apologize. Miss Evans?
Sorry, my question isn't about school librarianship. I was going to answer your initial question, so I guess I'll
Please
hold.
do.
Oh,
no. This is a good transition. Go.
Sorry. Of course, my phone will ring when when my hands are raised. Okay, so I believe your question was like, and I work at a public library, and I'm a regional manager, and in preparing librarianship and what that role will look like and where we are now, what I'm seeing is there's just so much exhaustion and trauma with our staff that I don't think they really see themselves in their work. We talked earlier about the vocational awe. I don't even think that they see that right now. I think the priority for many of them, at least in New York City, is really about just safety and COVID-related protocols. I don't think they are even ready to step over the horizon to kind of see what librarianship can look like. And someone else mentioned earlier about this idea of a new normal while we're still going through things that were unprecedented. People still have the notion of getting back to just doing reference services and still want to do customer service, but there is a barrier. And I think that was in the chat. There is a barrier, and it's not easy just to simply remove a barrier when you think that you're unsafe at work. And, I guess we can go into this whole other notion of psychological safety and what that looks like in the midst of protocols. But just from my standpoint, and I manage 10 locations, I don't think that where some libraries are positioned, that the workers themselves can see themselves out of this. We are a conservative profession. And so even trying to move the needle, even getting people on the remote spectrum was one whole big project. And to getting them used to doing remote interactions, like how many years did we all, really try to get ALA to do a remote, and then one, it was really easy and simple, and everyone knew what to do at that point. So I just wanted to just add that there and provide that framework.
It is telling that when it takes literally a global pandemic to move a professional association online. Right. But I very much appreciate, and I want to make sure I'm phrasing this right, that notion that it's great to have a future new normal agenda, but we also have to recognize, at least currently where we are, people may not be prepared to have that conversation within the field. So I very much appreciate that. Dr. Eisenberg, I see your hand up.
Hi, everyone. I apologize for coming late to the party. I'm Mike Eisenberg. I'm a retired academic and friend of Dave's, FOD, I guess, and was invited. First of all, what Tanya, I hope I pronounced it right, said is right on, Dave, first, that I think you have to separate out the current from the future in terms of a longer term future. And you and I have talked about this. We have I'm not going to plug the podcast, but we've talked about, and you raised the point that Dr. Green at University of South Carolina talked about services and online teaching and learning, but it's an emergency situation, and that's so we can't judge what is now as to what could be 6 months, a year, 2 years from now, because everybody has reacted to an emergency. We become a Zoom society overnight. Whether or not that is the new normal is yet to be determined. I think it'll be some kind of hybrid. And I think that the immediate, and by immediate I mean probably through most of 2022, it's just surviving and getting through, and the kind of safety that Ms. Evans just talked about. I think that that's really important. I want to come back to the point about teacher librarians and school libraries and stuff. I was a school library educator for many years. I worked as a teacher librarian. I've done a lot of this stuff. And I even I became a teacher librarian because of an experience. I was a classroom teacher in California. It scares the hell out of me to make accommodations for understaffing and serious problems in the school library field in California by then shifting it to public libraries. I think that just feeds into the whole problem. The solution is, why aren't there more valued teacher librarians in the state of California and programs? And it can't just be amount of money, because California is actually quite rich as a state financially. I think it has to do with the nature of school library programs and whether or not they are consistent and predictable and essential, and what are they involved with and what are they doing. And the concept of credentialing and that comes later, but I think that if we use collaboration and joint programs and things to have the public libraries taking over the school roles, in essence, you're doing what has happened. You're making do with less. And I understand the argument about, well, what about helping the kids and the constituents or whatever? But to me, it's coming up with a set of core services and competencies and delivery programs for school libraries that every school would want to have. And this is the information age, and there's an information literacy curriculum, but there's also emergency management, and particularly in those rural areas. That's the partnership between school and public to provide emergency services in times of crisis. So I'll just leave it at that.
Mike, we all wish that, but it just, this has been going on for years. And
why? Then that's the question. Why?
It's
why?
Please don't
Why?
yell at me, okay?
I'm not yelling. No, no.
A little
Why?
bit. Yeah, so it
I
is
apologize.
California. It's a problem throughout the West, and it's coming over to other states too. Yes, it is. It's a different philosophy. Is it the services or the position that we're talking about? And I don't think you and I will ever see eye to eye on that. So we'll agree to disagree. Okay?
Joyce?
Yeah, I think this is a very important disagreement with respect, Kate. I educate.
Hi, Joyce. How are you?
Good to see you.
It is an issue, and the problem is California this has been happening in over my 20-year career, and it's gotten worse and worse and worse. What I worry about the most, and this is probably for another time, is that we have very few district librarians, very few county office librarians. I mean, I can count them on our hands of what we do, and this is pretty alarming, and it's reached.
I'm wondering if we could take this as another question here.
I think so.
Which
you
is
don't
because,
even know what direction I was going to go in.
Joyce,
go Joyce. Go Joyce.
Joyce, I'm sorry for interrupting. I'm waiting.
Oh, thank you. I hope I do this justice. But I'm really worried about this from an information equity standpoint. I work with, I educate school librarians, public librarians, and academic librarians, and I recognize there's a difference in the way we're prepared. I spent 12 years happily as a public librarian, but as a public librarian, I never taught in the way I teach as a school librarian. As a school librarian, I'm an educator. I have accountability for making sure that my students come out as critical thinkers and effective citizens, and able to do challenging inquiry and answer the questions that plague them. As a public librarian, I was meeting their needs. I was engaging with communities. I was doing all sorts of wonderful things as well. Right now, we have an information equity gap. We need to remove barriers so that all children, all young people can access the databases and ebooks that Kate was referring to. But what do they do when they get them? Do they really know how to use these materials? I'm involved in a couple of studies right now. One was what happened during COVID with school librarians, and really they were the glue. They held entire schools and school districts together. There was a difference in what happened in schools with librarians and schools without libraries. The current study that I'm working on looks at what happens when they hit the university. And so we have novice and non-novice buckets. Non-novices are young people, first-year students who have had some contact with a librarian. Novices are first-year college students who have had no contact with a librarian. And we're seeing a difference in the way they approach information and research and inquiry. And what we are seeing right now is a crisis like I have never seen in my entire life. I'm working with ALA Council on a resolution. My colleagues are being attacked as pornographers, and they are on sick leave. They are being let go. They are under gag orders. They are on their own defending intellectual freedom in schools. And what it will take, in my mind, is a stakeholder action, like in York, Pennsylvania, where the students stood up. And because we taught them about what intellectual freedom looks like, because they understood what the freedom to read is about, they stood up often in front against their parents to say, don't limit my right to access information, don't limit my right to read. But right now, speed is of the essence because librarians are falling. They are not as prepared as parent groups who are prepared to take action against them. And we need to move with alacrity because I am terrified that a bad situation is going to get far worse. And the academic librarians who see our students as just one consequence are going to see a much broader group of students who are unprepared for university work, and perhaps employers are going to see people who are less prepared for participation in business and democracy. This is a crisis, and I'm trying to get ALA to move. ALA is moving. We've had meetings. We had an emergency session yesterday, but I think what you see in in California. I'm in the suburbs of Philadelphia right now. 2 miles away in Philadelphia, there are 6 school librarians. Those kids don't even know they have access to the Access Pennsylvania Power Library because nobody has bothered to make a damn link to it. And this has to go into the schools. However good and well-intentioned our public libraries are, and I love them, they are not inside the schools pushing this. I'm sorry.
So if I could, that's right. If I could take this, if I could take this for a moment, because I think, Joyce, you bring up a great point, which is we've heard also today and before the idea of infodemic. We've heard the idea that, on top of hurricanes and COVID, there's the fact of misinformation and driving it in misinformation. There's the notion of how we prepare our kids for it, but also how we prepare our adults for it. And I guess part of what I'm trying to do when I talk about, when I'm thinking about the agenda moving forward is as librarians and not necessarily institutions. I think we all, well put, have different roles that we play in different places. But this idea of how do we take this on? Hannah, I saw your comment, so I'm going to drag you into this for a moment to talk about bold leadership and what you're looking at what do you mean when you say that?
Thanks for putting me on the spot. I'm glad I ran and got an afternoon cup of coffee during our break there. Now, I've been working with Maureen Sullivan and a couple of other colleagues, one from a community college in East Texas as well, about creating this theory, this mindset of bold library leadership. Bold leadership has been spoken about in the business world for years now. And I was just reading over one definition, and I'll link the article from a Forbes article about what bold leadership is. And it is investing in something that's not yet proven. And I think kind of going into the unknown in this, I hate to say post-COVID because it's still very much here in this new world. I think it's important for us as library leaders, as librarians, leading at all levels, in all settings, all library settings, to really think differently and think bravely and boldly about how we meet our communities and our users where they are with what they need, how we collaborate, who we bring to the table to work with us, and in what we talked about in an earlier session today, like what is the shared purpose that we can all work towards. And so it's bringing in all these concepts, including anti-racism and DEI principles. And I think it's very exciting. But I think
I ask you if it's possible, if you have a link or something just to throw in the chat, just so we don't lose it. If not, I did put you on the spot. Ling, you've had your hand up for a while. I apologize.
It would help if I unmute. The current book censorship, and really it's not as much about censorship as intimidation that's happening in Texas, is a very good example. And I have my faculty all riled up and all enraged and about we need to do something, we need to talk about something, we need to make a very bold statement and to counter this kind of attack. And what one thing, of course, is we're public institutions, and this is attack from the state legislators, from the governor themselves. And so this is not something that you can just push back, because there is that money, the purse string that is dangling ahead of us, and that is, we need to be careful about it. But one of the things that I've been talking to some people, and I don't think I'm making a big, huge impact yet, is this whole idea that they're not really the enemies, they're the oppositions. And if we treat them as enemies to attack, then we lose already. Then we lose the community Texas is not a very progressive state. And how many people can we afford losing without losing our budget, without losing our reputation, without losing the public trust? That's a huge issue. And I think this particular example is a good example of testing our resilience. And in the previous session, we're talking about resilience. We're talking about how do we define this new norm? And I fully agree with several speakers who said we cannot give away our current to pursue our future because the future is unknown. And with all the things that we do so well, we have been doing so well for hundreds of years, we are not going to give up our entire reference department. We're not going to give up our entire, cataloging and all that. We're not going to give them up. But there is an obligation from my perspective as the educator. I need to educate new librarians to have a different perspective, to have different anchor, to really look at the whole field of professionalism, the whole field of librarianship in different ways. And it reminds me a book that's recently published by Rachel Clark called Design Theory. And the whole idea of called design thinking, the whole idea that we need to teach people to deal with what a very old concept called wicked, to deal with wicked problems. Wicked problems are not problems that are easy to solve. Wicked problems have no real solution and no right or wrong solution. It only has better solution and not as bad solution. It sometimes cannot be defined. Sometimes a solution creates another problem. You know what? That's the reality we're dealing with right now. And we don't teach our students yet, and I'm going to blame myself as well, that we don't teach our students yet how to deal with all that ambiguity, how to deal with problems that we really cannot really define. And we cannot wait until someone else define the problem really, really well for us, 3 different parts, and we cannot do that. The other thing about resilience is that when we talked about resilience, we're really talking about several different issues. And some of those issues we're already working on. For example, resilience, to ensure resilience, we must have diversity. And we've been dealing with diversity because the more different solutions, the more variety of approaches, the better we can survive. If one approach doesn't work, there are 10 other approaches out there. That's one thing. The other thing is Paul Schmitz, SCHMITZ, wrote a book about Everyone Leads. This is a book published in 2018. This is a book that talks about grassroots leadership development. And when we talked about grassroots leadership development, we're not talking about looking up, admiring an icon. We're talking about every one of us having that grassroots, the leadership skills and competencies that we could all learn. And redundancy is also important because we need to reduce the specialization of our discipline, and we need to help our students be less compartmentalized, less specialized, and we need to really instill this core value of cross-training and being the backup for each other, and then being the facilitator to build alliance, to build partnership, to build the collaboration. That's the last thing, that's connectivity. All 4 of us are essential elements of resilience. Are we teaching them yet? No. And I am part of the responsible entities. In other words, I am part of the problem. And I want to be part of the solution.
Oh, Ling, there you go. And amen on all of that. And I think it's really helpful because one of the questions I have, and I think, we're quickly heading to where we go from here. Because I'm, for example, I'm thinking the academic freedom issue, the freedom to read. We made that argument very, very differently 20, 30, 50 years ago, which was we were unbiased, we were neutral, we were objective, our collections were balanced, our librarians would not give biased answers. And we're now in a setting where I think besides critical theory, science pretty much demonstrates you can't. In fact, one of the comments during post-neutrality was someone who said, I take issue. First of all, if I could just take a moment to point out, Matthew Finch did the most brilliant job of deconstructing the name of a conference ever. That was brilliant. But he said, there was no neutrality beforehand. We're not post it. And so how do we make an argument for freedom to read and freedom to access in an area where we don't have that sort of thing to fall back on? Well, we're librarians, we're neutral, it's okay, you can trust us. How do we build trust in a different way? And I think, Ling, you just mentioned a bunch of them. I think Joyce and everyone has been talking about different ways of building that relationship, and we've seen examples throughout this, and it'll be interesting. So what I'm taking from this conversation, and by the way, I'd just like to take a moment to basically say, Kate, Mike, and Joyce, and I think you all think you're violently agreeing with each other, which is lovely. The notion that students need services and access and support, and figuring out the best way in which we can do that. What I'm hearing is very much the idea that we're in the middle of something. We have to acknowledge that we're in the middle of something. At the same time, visioning potential futures is vital. I like the idea of taking a break, even if to look ahead, so that you make sure you're not running down deeper in the hole. And that the conversation needs to go, that the conversation also needs to deal with education and preparation, both what we're doing in our formal programs, as well as what we're doing in informal and continuing education programs. That potentially what we need to do, particularly in higher education, is look in the mirror and say, maybe preparing someone 2.5 years at the beginning, or 2 years at the beginning of their profession isn't enough. And are there other ways of doing it? And how do we do this in a way that we don't bankrupt individuals to follow their service dreams, $70,000. And that just as we've seen libraries turn quickly and library associations turn quickly when faced with the pandemic, we should, it's that overused phrase, right? Don't let a crisis go to waste. Are there ways that we can look in terms of the educational structures that we put around the field and prepare and be inclusive in bringing people in regardless of where they're working? Lori, I'm going to give you the last comment, and then I'm going to move on to sort of where we go from here.
Thank you. I'm sorry that I'm not able to turn on my camera, but I wanted to just say that the things that we're talking about here seem to be very related. There's the issue of the neutrality and Popper's paradox of tolerance, that you can't tolerate intolerance or you have no tolerance left. And then the issues of standing up for truth is what I think it is coming down to, where we have our people under attack for basically trying to provide a range of sources and trying to provide true sources. And one of the problems is that while we talk about resilience, we're talking about each person kind of standing up for truth on their own, and we're not using our collective action. We're not using our collective force. And I think that's what's missing here, is that we have an organization, we have librarians throughout this country in all different places, and we need to think about collective action to stand up for truth before it's too late.
Thank you. That's very well put. So I'm a conversation addict. This is how I learn. I think this is how we all learn. But that notion of being in conversations and discussing and bringing different viewpoints together, and I very much, Ling, like your point about, not the enemy, but the opposition or people with the alternative views. How do we bring in? How do we find agreement, and even agreeing to disagree in a way that's productive? So what I'm going to do is talk about sort of next steps, and just as a quick wrap up, because at one hand you would think that this is not the session that you put at the end of something, because all it did is raise a bunch of questions to have the conversations and after we had these lovely presentations. But the reason I'm willing to do that is because we're not done yet. So these were 4 symposia, and I'm going to thank lots of people for making them happen in a moment. But what happens next? We have our professional associations. We have connections here. I hope very much you will use the resources, read the papers that were put together, follow the presentation, share them, and continue the conversation. This is what is going to happen next. And think of this as an invitation to continue the conversation, because I really, once again, taking the point that when I wrote this lovely new normal document a year ago might have been a bit premature, because we're still in it, and we're still to the point where we have to deal with the fact that we are hurting in it, and that may not be the best place. But once again, taking the notion that, but where we're going, it still matters, and how we look at it. So one, we, the organizers of this, we have some funding from IMLS. I want to thank them to commission some papers, to look at what's written and either ask people to, based on these conversations and ever going through the process, either go look at and revise their paper submissions, or we can commission whole other papers. For example, we're going to commission a paper to summarize each one, but to look at key points that came up that we can continue. So one, the conversation will come in. So if you have suggestions or ideas or things that you thought, ooh, that was a good point, I'd like to hear more about that, let us know. This whole thing began, as I like to point out to my colleague, Vanessa Kitsey, who's on this call, that as a simple phone call going, hey, I'm thinking about revising this book I wrote called The Atlas of New Librarianship. Let's have a few conversations. And then boom, this happened. But that is happening. So I have a contract with MIT Press to make a new and updated edition of the Atlas. It's now 11 years old. And the topics that we did on these symposium are ones that are going into that, but I'm always continuing the conversations to make sure that that book, for example, has greater international representation, greater representation of the dynamics of the field, certainly can treat issues like equity and diversity and inclusion at a much deeper level. So one, those who may be familiar with the book, if you're sitting there going, Dave, I've always hated this, or your standard comment, which is everyone seems to say it, but no one ever seems to read it, I can hear that part too. Anyway, so that will happen. And the announcement that Lorraine had mentioned at the end of hers that is coming is this one, which is we are seeking to continue this conversation. We're calling it Nexus because we're in Texas and that's what we do. So we'll start planning in 2022 and for an event in 2023. But the goal is not just simply to have yet another conference or another event, but to make it an annual process. To make it a place where we develop an agenda, we revise the agenda, we investigate the agenda over the years. We take really important topics and we say, that's what we want to look at. And we put student teams together with professionals and funding to look at it. We bring not only librarians into this spectrum, but we're in Austin, we get to play bringing in the cultural side, the technology side, people that are the partners that we heard over and over again, and build into this whole process continuing education that we can put credentials behind that will make it portable, so that we can address people who may not be able to afford the MLIS, but they can get a portable credential to demonstrate their value in their validity and in building those partnerships. We very much are interested in getting wide participation and views. So if you're sitting there going, Dave, that sounds great, I've got nothing else to do, let me know. Because the idea of bringing folks together to have important conversations and to glance at the future when we're dealing with the present is something we think is very important. So look for more information on that as well. The other thing that will happen is, once again, we're going to be updating the website, which is an institutional repository, thanks to the University of South Carolina. So this information will be there and documented as well. But that's the goal. The goal is to continue the conversation, and these are some mechanisms. If you see other ways in which we can continue the conversation, or frankly, without us, whatever you want to do, we're very interested in following and supporting that work. We know that many of you are doing brilliant research. If we can figure out a way to disseminate it, if we can figure out a way of connecting our rural libraries to public libraries to school libraries and different mechanisms and foci, I know we're all working on that as well. But if we can take this conversation in any way to be helpful and be a part of it, we want to share that and be part of that. With that, I just want to quickly at the end, this is once again the last of our symposia, I want to speak a very moment to thank all our editorial board members for this one. Each of our symposia had their own editorial boards, and I just can't thank Shanti, Christopher, Henrik, Mia, Veranda, and Megan enough for picking the papers, selecting them, and giving us input. They've done a great job, and I think today demonstrated the great conversation that's continued. I also want to thank some really important faculty, staff, and organizers that made this possible. Dr. Tammy Blumenfield has really been a driving force in logistics and pulling this together and has done an amazing amount of work. And so I want to give her a huge amount of thanks. Dr. Vanessa Kitze was the chair of the discussion of post-neutrality, and once again has been part from the beginning of envisioning this process and bringing the conversation about. And she's the one who says things like, you know, we could probably use a PowerPoint to tell people what the hell they're doing, right? Little things like that. So she is, how she can think big thoughts and little details amazes me, but her work is incredible. You should check it out. Dr. Clayton Copeland, also at the University of South Carolina School of Information, and bringing a really fascinating view around equity and diversity of inclusion, not only around race and creed, but in terms of accessibility and different access issues. Sarah Messingale, Amy Shapley of Able SC have ensured that the papers and materials are accessible. That is, once again, one of those details we didn't think about at the beginning, but became very clear that we could make sure that people could participate regardless of the different interfaces that we brought together. Karen Gavigan, Amy, who's the director at the University of South Carolina School of Information, for supporting this task and this effort. She's doing a wonderful job. Amy Freeman and Terry Moore of the University of South Carolina for making this happen and dealing with logistics. And I would just like to take a real special moment that the students involved in making this have been instrumental. Our next generation of both librarians and faculty members, we are well represented. Anissa Alexander, Tessie Holliday, who has the unenviable position of trying to keep people on time. Michael August is a superstar, and if you are working in a library and you have a chance, hire him. He's amazing. And Christina Shiroma is here, a doctoral student at the University of Texas at Austin, doing some fascinating works around end-of-life decisions and indigenous knowledge systems. And so I look forward to the career that is in front of her. With that, I want to thank friends and family, and particularly you, for continuing the conversations and dealing with the interesting nature of organizing these things in COVID and getting a couple of messages, and we've had to backtrack on a few things, but we really appreciate you having done that. And once again, I look at friendly faces, even though some of them are just letters, and say thank you, thank you, thank you. I continue to learn from you and learn a lot. With that, I declare us, I want to thank our sponsors for doing this as well, who have really made this possible. And I just saw Henrik pop up, and I just want to give him a really big wave and congratulations. His work on sustainability as part of this agenda has been foundational. And Mia, postdoc now, Mia? Yes, postdoc. And once again, if you're looking for faculty, I don't know if she's looking for a faculty position, but I will plan on sending everything I can to get her a good faculty position to do that. Thank you all once again. And thank these different groups, University of Texas and the Black Caucus, Library of Congress. Thank you, Library of Congress, for helping make this happen. The Institute for Museum and Library Services that will be sending checks out. We love those. MIT Press for allowing us to, borrow their names and drag it through the mud a little bit. The National Library of the Netherlands was the first people in the British Library to say, yep, let's play this game. And so it's been really fascinating, fabulous. Thank you all again. Have a wonderful, wonderful day. And I appreciate all the work you put in.